Hello everyone and welcome back to the Horror Hut. Before you drift off, it would be a nice idea if you could leave a comment to let me know where you are listening from. Please don't forget to give the video a like and subscribe to the channel. Right, let's get comfy and relaxed, and let's begin. Story 1, Endless Tale, The Haunting Semi-Follow. The highway stretched out like a ribbon of cracked asphalt under a sky that was beginning to bruise with early evening. I glanced in the rearview mirror again, more out of habit than necessity. The rusty semi was still there, a dull orange beast that seemed to lurk just beyond the curve of the road. I had been noticing it for nearly an hour, ever since I stopped for gas at that lonely station off Route 66. At first, I thought it was a coincidence. A trucker heading in the same direction, taking similar breaks. But every time I pulled off at rest stops, at diners, or even just to stretch my legs, the semi was parked somewhere nearby. The driver never stepped out. Just sat in the cab, silhouette rigid against the fading light, eyes hidden behind darkened glass. I shook my head and turned up the heat. The air inside the car was cooling, and the scent of spilled coffee mingled with the faint mustiness of an old map wedged between the seats. I pressed my palm against the steering wheel, feeling its worn leather grain. A few miles back, I caught myself wondering what the trucker's story was. Who was he? Why hadn't he moved? No one sits in a semi all day without a break. A dog barked somewhere off in the distance, sharp and sudden, then faded into the quiet. Wind rustled through dry grass beside the road, carrying the faint metallic taste of approaching rain, or maybe it was just a dust. I flicked the windshield wipers once. The glass felt sticky with dust and a trace of something salty, like sweat. I remembered the texts I'd sent earlier that morning. Leaving now. Should be in Denver by tomorrow. No reply. My phone's screen blinked, stubbornly refusing to find signal. The little bars had been disappearing one by one as I drove further into nowhere. I pocketed it, the plastic cool against my palm. The sun was dipping low when I reached the next rest stop. The air here smelled of burnt rubber and gasoline, mixed with the faint aroma of cheap fast food wafting from the kiosk. I pulled in, slowing as I noticed the semi already parked in the far corner, its tires caked with mud. The driver sat motionless behind the wheel, head tilted slightly as though watching me, but the tinted glass kept his features hidden. I stepped out, the gravel crunching under my boots. The evening air was thickening, carrying a chill that crept into my jacket. I told myself I was being silly, that I'd imagined the truck's presence growing more deliberate with every stop. But the pit in my stomach tightened. Coffee? I muttered aloud, though there was no one around to hear. My voice sounded small, swallowed by the vast empty space. Inside the kiosk, the fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, flickering in a rhythm that made me uneasy. The clerk, a middle-aged woman with tired eyes and a bleached street ponytail, barely glanced up from her crossword puzzle. "Long day?" she asked, voice rough but not unkind. "Yeah. Cross-country drive," I said, rubbing my hands together. "Trying to get through before the storm." She nodded slowly. "Storm coming in fast. Roads might get slick." I bought a cup of black coffee, the bitter warmth a small comfort. Through the glass, I saw the semi again. Still there. Still silent. I wondered if the driver ever left his seat. Ever took a break. The thought seemed ridiculous. Who could sit through hours of driving and then just park and wait? For what? Outside, I lit a cigarette, the smoke curling into the cold air. I didn't usually smoke, but the habit had crept back over the past few months. Something about the rhythm, the brief distraction. I stared down the highway, the darkening horizon smeared with purple and orange. The truck's tail lights blinked once, a slow red pulse. I dropped the cigarette, grinding it beneath my boot as a sudden gust swept through the rest stop. The neon sign above the kiosk buzzed louder, the flickering light casting uneven shadows across the cracked pavement. I felt a prickle on the back of my neck, like a warning I couldn't quite name. "Weird," I whispered, mostly to myself. Back in the car, the engine's warmth seeped into my hands. I checked the mirrors again. The semi had moved, pulling onto the highway, its massive silhouette outlined against the dimming sky. It was behind me, as always, keeping pace with a patience that unsettled me. I pulled onto the road, fingers tightening on the wheel. The night crept in, thick and slow, swallowing the landscape whole. Somewhere ahead, a coyote howled, a lonely sound that echoed off the hills. My breath fogged the window, and I wiped it away, blinking hard. Was I tired? Paranoid? The question circled, as relentless as the miles. When the signal finally faded to nothing, I realized the world outside was closing in. No GPS. No radio. Just me, the road, and that silent, rusty semi trailing my every move. I forced my eyes forward, muscles tense, every shadow a potential threat. The headlights behind me seemed closer now, their dull glow pressing like a weight on my back. I considered pulling over, but the thought of stopping felt worse, like giving in to whatever was hunting me. Instead, I pressed harder on the accelerator, chasing the fragile promise of dawn. The night didn't get easier. If anything, it thickened, like a fog settling inside my chest. The semi was still there, that rusted hulking shape ghosting me from behind, its dim headlights barely piercing the dark. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, eyes straining, trying to make out the driver's face. But the cab stayed empty, or at least, it looked like it. A shadow, always just a shadow. No movement, no sign of life beyond the faint glow of dashboard lights. I pulled off at the next rest stop, the brakes squealing sharp in the cold air. My hands trembled as I dropped the gear into park. The lot was mostly empty, save for a lone sedan near the far edge and that damned semi parked several spaces away, engine silent but present. I wiped my palms on my jeans, swallowing hard. The smell of burnt rubber and stale coffee hung heavy around me, a smell so familiar it felt like part of the night itself. I stepped out, the cold air biting at my exposed neck, and took a slow, deliberate walk around the semi. My shoes crunched on gravel, a sound too loud in the silence. The truck sat like a beast, all chipped paint and rust streaks, the faded logo on its side peeling like dead skin. No one in sight. No driver. I circled twice, checking under the cab, behind the trailer, even around the fuel tanks. Everything was still. "Hello?" My voice sounded small, swallowed by the vast quiet. No reply. Just the faraway Amava highway sign blinking its orange eye. I went back inside the convenience store, the fluorescent lights flickering overhead. The air smelled of cold pizza, bleach, and something sweet, probably the air fresheners hanging near the registers. The clerk, a woman with tired eyes and smudged eyeliner, glanced up as I approached. "Long night?" she asked, voice flat. "Something like that," I said, forcing a smile I didn't feel. I grabbed a bottle of water and a bag of chips, then leaned against the counter. "Have you seen that rusty truck around here? The one with the driver who never leaves the cab." Sounds impossible, but it happened. Her eyes narrowed, just a flicker. "You mean the old Freightliner?" "Yeah, it's been parked out there for a while. Guy never gets out. Rumor says he's just waiting for something. Or someone." I stared at her, the weight of the words sinking in. Waiting? For what? She shrugged, pushing a lock of hair behind her ear. "Don't rightly know. Folks say he's been driving the same route for years, never stopping except to rest. Some say it's a ghost truck." but I don't buy that." I nodded, pretending to believe her dismissal, but the idea clung to me like a cold sweat. Back in the truck, I tried calling my sister again. No signal. The screen blinked no service like a warning. I stared out the window, the semi's lights flickering on and off behind me. I thought about turning around, going back toward the last town, but something rooted me forward. A stubborn, foolish need to find out. That night, I kept the truck running, windows cracked just enough for the cold to bite. I watched the semi in the mirror. It didn't move for hours, not even a flicker of light from inside. Then, just as I started to drift into a restless sleep, the headlights flared for a moment, bright enough to blind me. I blinked, heart pounding. When I looked again, it was gone. I checked my phone. Still no signal. I wasn't sure if I'd imagined the flash of light or if the truck had moved at all. But the feeling, the tight knot in my stomach, said otherwise. Someone was out there, watching. Waiting. The next morning came gray and cold, the sky a thick blanket of clouds that promised rain. I felt the weight of sleepless hours pressing on my eyelids as I pulled back onto the highway. The semi was there. Always there. Like a shadow I couldn't shake. I decided to try something different. At the next exit, I took a sharp turn onto a smaller road, one that sneaked through trees and farmland. The asphalt cracked and crumbled beneath my tires, the air thick with the scent of wet earth and pine. No cell service, of course, but the quiet was a gift. After a few miles, I spotted a gas station. Not a rest stop, just a lonely pump with a faded sign. I pulled in and noticed a man sitting on the porch of the attached diner. He was older, with a weathered face and eyes like chipped glass. Something about him felt familiar. I approached slowly, chewing the inside of my cheek. "Excuse me," I said. "Have you seen a big rusty semi around here? One that sticks to the road like a shadow?" He looked me over, then smiled thinly. "You mean the Freightliner?" "Yeah, I know it well. Been around these parts longer than most. Folks don't talk much about it, but that truck's got a reputation." "What kind of reputation?" He leaned forward, voice dropping. "They say the driver's not just waiting for someone. He's watching. Learning. Waiting for the right moment to move." I swallowed hard, the hairs on my arms prickling. "Why? What for?" The man shrugged, eyes distant. "Nobody knows for sure. Sometimes it's better not to know." I nodded, though I didn't believe him. I thanked him and stepped back into my truck, heart hammering. As I pulled away, I caught sight of the semi parked just beyond the trees. The driver's window was open this time, a faint curl of smoke drifting out into the morning air. No sign of the driver, but the silence felt heavier somehow. I gripped the wheel tighter, the taste of metal sharp on my tongue. Every mile forward felt like stepping deeper into a trap I couldn't see. And the worst part? I was the only one on the road who seemed to notice. The day stretched ahead, long and empty. The highway rolled on, but the semi never left my tail. It matched my speed, my turns, my stops. Like a shadow I couldn't outrun. I tried to call again. No signal. I tried to find help. No one knew. No one cared. I was alone. Hours later, as the sun dipped low and the sky bruised purple, an idea struck me. Maybe the semi wasn't just following me. Maybe it was guiding me somewhere. Or driving me into something. I shook the thought away. No. I couldn't let myself go there. Not yet. I needed answers. And I was running out of time. The road ahead seemed endless, but I knew the night was coming again. And with it, the silence, the waiting, the watching. I glanced in the mirror one last time before the sun disappeared behind the hills. There it was, the semi's dull headlights barely visible now, but still there. Still waiting. The sky was a bruise now, deep purple fading into black, and the highway stretched out in front like a ribbon that led nowhere. I rolled down the window a crack. The air smelled like cold dust and burnt rubber, nothing fresh, no hint of rain or pine or anything comforting. Instead, it was stale, heavy, like the weight of hours pressing down on me. My fingers tapped nervously on the steering wheel. The road was empty. No other cars, no signs of life. Just me and that truck. I tried to shake the feeling that I was being funneled somewhere, like I was on a conveyor belt and someone else was controlling the speed. The thought made my stomach twist. I'd spent the day trying to convince myself the driver was just some random long-haul trucker, maybe lost or tired, maybe just coincidentally following the same route. But no! The way that rig mirrored every turn, every stop, it wasn't coincidence. I glanced at the fuel gauge. Half a tank. Not bad, but I'd been pushing it hard all day. My phone was dead. No signal. Not a bar. I tried every trick I knew, rebooting, toggling airplane mode, even stepping outside at the last rest stop to wave it around like some kind of desperate beacon. Nothing. I debated pulling off at the next exit. Maybe a motel. Maybe a cafe with Wi-Fi. Maybe a payphone. Maybe someone who'd seen the truck. But the exit signs were sparse, and the semi stayed glued behind me, like a shadow that stretched and shrank but never left. Then it hit me, the semi wasn't just matching my route. I was stuck in a loop. Every turn I made, it followed. Every stop, it waited. I tried to recall the last 3 rest stops. There were 3, right? Maybe 4? At each one, the truck was there, idling, engine quiet, driver never stepping out. I hadn't seen him, but I knew he was watching. I could feel it. I swallowed hard, my mouth suddenly dry. The road had narrowed, trees crowding closer on either side, the night thickening with each mile. The temperature dropped, and the cold air hit my skin through the window. I pulled the collar of my jacket up. Then, a flicker of movement in the mirror caught my eye. For a split second, the driver's silhouette was visible, leaning forward, almost as if studying me. The shape was too still for comfort, like a statue made of shadows. A chill ran down my spine, sharper than the cold night air. I told myself it was a trick of the light. Maybe a reflection. Maybe fatigue. But the feeling didn't fade. I tried the radio. Static. I twisted the dial, hoping for a news station, a weather update, anything. Just static. My hands trembled. I reached for the glove compartment, pulling out the crumpled map I'd been ignoring all day. No signal meant relying on old-fashioned navigation. I traced my finger along the highway, searching for the next town. The names blurred in the dark. None sounded promising. Small dots on the map, some with gas stations, some just ghost towns. A sudden headache hit, the kind that builds behind your eyes when you're running too long on caffeine and adrenaline. I pinched the bridge of my nose and blinked hard. The truck stayed just behind me, unwavering. I thought about turning off the highway, taking a back road, but the map showed nothing. Just endless stretches of asphalt and the occasional cluster of buildings. No phone towers, no landmarks. Then the headlights behind me blinked once, just a quick flash. Could have been a reflection, but it felt deliberate. Like a signal. I swallowed again. My throat burned. The idea that this was no accident settled over me like a second skin. Someone was out there. Not just some random driver, but someone who had decided to follow me. To watch. Maybe to control. I gripped the wheel tighter, knuckles white. How long had this been going on? Hours? Since morning? Had I even passed another vehicle? No. No one else had appeared. I was completely alone, except for that semi. The next exit appeared. A small cluster of lights, a convenience store. I hesitated, then took it. The truck followed. Inside the store, the fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. The smell of stale coffee mixed with the faint scent of cleaning chemicals. A bell tinkled as I entered. The cashier, a woman in her 50s with tired eyes, looked up from behind the counter. "Long night?" she asked. I nodded, trying to keep my voice steady. "You seen that rusty semi? The one that's been parked at every stop for miles?" She frowned. "Rusty semi? Nope. Don't reckon we've had any trucks here in hours. Maybe it passed through earlier." I shook my head. "It's been behind me all day. It's following me." She blinked, then smiled faintly. "Honey, you sound tired. Might be better to get some rest." I forced a laugh. "I'm not imagining it. I swear." She glanced at the door. "Look, I don't want to scare you, but sometimes the road plays tricks on folks. You see what you want to see. Or what you're afraid of." I nodded, but didn't feel any relief. Back outside, the night air was sharp and cold. I looked down the road. No sign of the truck. For a moment, I exhaled. Maybe it had stopped further back, waiting for me to move on. Then headlights flicked on behind me. I froze. The truck rolled slowly into the parking lot, engine humming low. The driver's window caught the flickering streetlight. The silhouette was unmistakable. He didn't get out. He didn't wave. He just sat there, watching. And I realized with a sinking feeling, I had passed the point of no return. There was no turning back. No escape. The highway behind me was swallowed by darkness, and the one-way forward led straight into the unknown. I climbed back into the car, locking the doors with a click that echoed too loud in the quiet. The engine hummed to life, and I pulled out, the truck falling in line behind me. The road stretched on, empty and endless, but now I understood this wasn't about following. It was about waiting. Watching. Guiding. I didn't know where we were going, but I knew I had to keep moving. Because stopping wasn't an option. Not anymore. The highway was a ribbon of black stretching into nothing, the cracked yellow lines barely visible beneath a thin sheen of dew. I glanced in the rearview mirror. There it was, the truck's silhouette framed by the dull glow of its cab lights. The driver hadn't moved. Not once. No sign he was asleep or distracted. Just a figure frozen in place, watching. My throat tightened, and a dry, metallic taste settled on my tongue. I swallowed hard, gripping the wheel like it was the only thing tethering me to reality. My eyes darted to my phone. Black. No signal. The screen wouldn't even light up. No calls. No texts. Just silence. The kind that felt like it was screaming. I tried to calm myself, breathing slow and shallow. "Okay," I muttered under my breath, "just keep driving. Don't stop. Don't look back." But the words sounded hollow, even to me. The radio crackled once, then faded into static. I turned the dial, hunting for anything: music, news, a voice. Nothing but white noise and the occasional pop of distant interference. A dog barked far off, sharp and lonely. The sound cut through the quiet, reminding me I wasn't entirely alone out here. Or so I hoped. I passed a sign for the next exit, Waverly, 12 miles. No gas stations or rest stops listed. Just a tiny town, probably the kind with one diner, a post office, maybe a church. Somewhere I could pull off, catch a breath, figure out what to do next. But every time I glanced in the mirror, I saw the truck, inches behind me, like it was glued to my tail. My hands trembled. Not the deep, violent shake of panic, more like the jittery buzz of adrenaline and exhaustion tangled together. I forced myself to blink, to look away for a second. The streetlights were sparse, flickering like dying fireflies. The air smelled faintly of diesel and wet asphalt, heavy and sour. The wind pressed against the car, rattling the door frame. Then, without warning, the semi's brake lights glowed bright red. The truck slowed. I did too. Up ahead, a curve in the road swallowed the headlights for a moment before they reappeared, but the semi stayed put. A pit in my stomach curled tighter. Was it waiting? For me? Or for something else? I shook my head, trying to clear the fog of dread. "No," I whispered, "just a brake." I tapped the gas, the car lurching forward. The truck followed. I clenched my jaw. This was no coincidence anymore. It wasn't just some random driver matching my stops or turns. It was deliberate. Calculated. I could almost feel the weight of those dark eyes behind the windshield, cold and silent. I started scanning the roadside for somewhere to turn, any place, really. An open lot, a motel, a diner. But the world outside the beam of my headlights was empty, flat, and merciless. No signs of life. Just black fields and skeletal trees. I could almost hear the truck's engine growl behind me, persistent and patient. It was like a predator stalking prey, but the rules were different. No growls, no charges. Just stillness. Waiting. My mind raced through every horror story I'd ever heard on lonely roads. Usually, they were about desperation, about people losing their minds or stumbling into danger. But this felt different, real. Tangible. The kind of threat that didn't need tool to feel lethal. I pulled into a small clearing just off the highway, the grass crunching under my tires. I killed the engine, and the silence hit me like a wave. No wind. No distant sounds. Just the dull hum of my own breath. The truck idled behind me, headlights off now, but I could see the faint glow of its cab light through the windshield. The driver didn't move. Just sat there, waiting. I reached for the door handle, then stopped. Locked. I checked the locks twice. The click echoed sharp in the stillness. My heartbeat filled the car. Then the radio flickered back to life for a moment, a burst of static and a voice, garbled, fragmented, but real. Words I couldn't make out, but the tone was urgent. I twisted the dial, but the signal died again. The screen remained dark. "What do you want?" I said aloud, voice barely more than a breath. No answer but the steady drone of that engine, like a pulse beneath the night. Minutes passed. Maybe longer. Time lost all meaning. The truck's headlights blinked on suddenly, blinding. I shielded my eyes, feeling the heat of the beam like a spotlight on a stage I didn't want to be on. Then off. On. Off again. A message? A warning? Or just a game? I realized I couldn't stay here. No phone, no help, no escape back the way I came. The highway ahead was empty, but it might as well have been a tunnel to nowhere. I started the engine. The truck's cab light dimmed, then vanished. It rolled forward, following. My hands gripped the wheel so tight the knuckles whitened. The road ahead was a thin thread of asphalt swallowed by shadows, and I was caught in its pull. Then, through the dark, a faint glow appeared, flickering, irregular. A building? A sign? My heart stumbled in my chest. I took the exit toward the light, the car veering off the highway onto a narrow side road. The semi followed, its headlights off again, silent. The building was a gas station, long closed but still standing, its neon sign sputtering weakly. The smell of damp concrete and rust filled the air, cold and heavy with silence. The windows were dark, but inside, the faint outline of shelves and counters was visible. I parked under the flickering light, locked the doors, and sat for a moment, trying to steady my breath. That's when I noticed the reflection in the glass of the truck, parked just beyond the edge of the light, its cab empty. No driver. Empty. I blinked, heart skipping. Had he gotten out? Was he watching from the shadows? I didn't want to look, but I had to. I stepped out, the gravel crunching under my feet, cold air biting my cheeks. The silence was thick, almost suffocating. Hello? My voice cracked, swallowed by the stillness. No response. I circled the building, eyes sharp, searching for movement. Nothing. Then I heard it, a faint scraping sound. Metal on concrete. Behind me. I spun around, breath caught in my throat. The truck's door was open. Empty cab. I swallowed hard, feeling the cold slide down my spine. No driver, but something was wrong. The engine hummed low, idling. I stepped back, heart hammering, every instinct screaming to run. But where? The highway was behind me, swallowed by darkness and the unknown. Ahead, the building loomed, a fragile promise of shelter or a trap. I looked back once more. The truck sat waiting, a silent sentinel in the night. And I realized then that this wasn't just following. This was a game of patience. I didn't want to stop. Not really. But the sun was a dull orange smear behind the horizon, and the road ahead had become a dark ribbon swallowed by shadows. My hands gripped the wheel tighter than they had all day, knuckles whitening, the hum of the engine somehow less comforting now. The same rusty semi, its chipped orange paint flaking like dead skin, crept up behind me again, that hulking shape creeping closer without a sound except the steady rumble of its tires on asphalt. I could feel the weight of its presence pressing down through the rearview mirror, a cold, steady gaze I couldn't shake. I had no phone signal. No messages, no calls, no maps. Just me, the road, and that truck. I pulled off at the next rest stop, heart hammering loud enough I was sure the driver could hear it through the cab's closed windows. The lot was empty except for the semi, parked just a few spaces behind me, engine idling. The faint smell of diesel hung in the air, mixed with the scent of pine from the nearby trees. I stepped out, the gravel crunching under my boots, and the chill of the evening air biting through my jacket. I kept looking over my shoulder, but the driver never left the cab. Not once. "Hey," I called out, voice cracking, "you lost or something?" No answer. Just the drone of the semi's engine and a sudden rustle in the bushes nearby. A dog barked somewhere in the distance, sharp and lonely. I swallowed hard, my throat tight. I knew how that sounded, paranoid, maybe a little ridiculous. But it wasn't just a truck anymore, it was the silence, the way it watched without moving. I tried to calm myself, telling myself it was probably some long-haul driver taking a break, maybe tired or stuck on a schedule. People do that. People get tired. But why follow me? Why not move on? I walked to the small convenience store, the fluorescent lights flickering overhead, casting long, thin shadows on the cracked linoleum floor. The bell chimed softly as I entered, and the clerk, a middle-aged woman with tired eyes, looked up. "Long day?" she asked, nodding toward my car. "You could say that," I replied, forcing a smile. "Say, have you seen that big orange truck around? Been following me for hours." She shrugged. "Lots of trucks on this route. Maybe coincidence." I wanted to believe her. I really did. But something in her eyes told me she'd heard the story before. Or maybe she just didn't want to get involved. I bought a bottle of water and a stale granola bar, the plastic wrapper crackling too loudly in my ears. Back outside, the truck was still there, engine humming, lights off. The driver stared straight ahead, expression unreadable behind the grimy windshield. I stepped into my car, locking the doors behind me. The engine roared to life. The truck's headlights flickered on, and it pulled up behind me again, matching my speed exactly. I forced myself not to glance back too often, but the mirror caught the semi's silhouette like a specter. I started driving again, faster this time, heart rat-a-tatting in my chest. The road curved ahead, trees closing in like fingers reaching from the darkness. My breath fogged the windshield slightly, cold and sharp. I tried the radio, static. The phone was still dead. Then, unexpectedly, the truck slowed. Just a little. I slowed too, and the space between us grew. A small relief, but also an unsettling one. Like it was waiting for something. Watching. I reached for the glove compartment, pulling out the folded map I'd buried under some old receipts. I traced my finger along the route. I could make it to the next town in 30 minutes, maybe less if I pushed. But the road was winding, narrow, and the night thickening made every shadow seem alive. With a sigh, I decided to take the exit signposted for the town, a gamble, but better than the highway with that truck. The semi didn't follow. I glanced in the mirror. It was gone. The relief hit me like a wave. My hands finally unclenched, and I exhaled slowly, my breath visible in the cold air. No sound except the engine and the rustle of the wind through the bare branches. I drove into the town, headlights cutting through the darkness. It was sleepy, the kind of place where the diner stayed open late and the neon sign buzzed faintly in the night. I pulled into the parking lot, heart still pounding, and stepped inside. The diner was warm, the smell of coffee and fried eggs wrapping around me like a blanket. The waitress smiled tiredly as I slid into a booth. "Long trip?" she asked. Her voice was soft, comforting. "You could say that," I said, trying to steady my voice. I ordered coffee, black, and sat quietly, letting the noise of the diner fill the spaces in my mind. The truck was gone. I was safe. For now. But the image of that silent driver, watching and waiting, lingered like a shadow in the back of my thoughts. I stayed there for an hour, watching the door, half expecting the semi to pull up outside again. It never did. The sun rose slowly, painting the sky with soft pinks and blues. I felt the tension loosen, the fear recede. When I finally left, I locked the car doors and started the engine. The road ahead was clear. No truck. No watcher. I thought about what had happened, the hours of driving, the creeping dread, the silence that felt louder than any shout. I thought about the driver in that cab. Who was he? Why had he followed me? What had he wanted? I still don't have answers. Maybe I never will. But I know one thing, I'm not the same person who started this trip. The road changes you. The silence teaches you things you don't want to know. And sometimes, the only thing scarier than what's out there is what you carry inside yourself. I drove on, the sunrise warming my face, the miles stretching ahead, a promise of something new, something different. The semi was gone, but its shadow stayed with me, a quiet reminder of the night I learned just how thin the line is between safety and something else entirely. And maybe that's the real horror, not the truck, not the driver, but the feeling that no matter how far you go, some things follow you anyway. Story 2, Blue Lantern Motel, Surveillance and Silent Guests. I never thought I'd end up at the Blue Lantern Motel. The parking lot was nearly empty, save for a single rusted-out sedan parked near the far end, its windows so grimy they caught the little light from the flickering street lamp and threw it back in dull splinters. I killed the engine and sat there for a moment, listening. The night was too quiet. No crickets, no distant traffic, just a low hum, maybe from the motel's ancient air conditioner units cycling on and off somewhere beyond the walls. A dog barked once, far away. Then nothing. I grabbed my bag and stepped out. The concrete was rough underfoot, cold enough to make me shuffle quickly toward the office. The building smelled of must and something chemical, like bleach that hadn't quite done its job. I didn't expect much, truth be told. Just a bed, a shower, and a place to crash before the morning haul. I almost turned around when the door creaked open before I could knock. The clerk was a man in his 50s, thin and pale, with eyes that seemed too sharp for someone who worked night shifts alone. He didn't smile. Just nodded, his voice low and gravelly. "Room?" he asked. "Yeah. One night." I fumbled with my wallet, the paper money feeling foreign in my palm, like it belonged to some other life. He handed me a key and a small slip of paper with the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay number scrawled in fading ink, 7. As I stepped inside, the hallway stretched out like a tunnel of faded wallpaper and dim sconces that buzzed quietly. The air was cool but stale. I noticed the carpet, threadbare and stained in places, muffled my footsteps more than I expected. The silence weighed on me again, thick and expectant. No sound from other rooms. Not a door closing, not a TV playing, not even a breath. Room 7 was tiny, the kind of place where the wallpaper peeled at the corners like forgotten memories. The bed was made, though the sheets looked like they hadn't been changed in a while. I dropped my bag on the floor and flicked on the lamp. The light was weak, casting long shadows that pulled in the corners. I washed my hands in the bathroom sink and caught my reflection in the mirror. Tired eyes stared back, the kind that don't quite match the person you think you are. I wondered how long I could keep pretending everything was normal. Just as I was about to lie down, a faint noise drifted through the thin walls, a low murmur, like someone whispering half-words. I paused, listening. The sound didn't fit. Room 7 was on the end of the hall. The adjacent rooms were supposed to be empty. I told myself it was the wind, the pipes, the building settling. But the whisper didn't stop. Back in the hallway, I hesitated outside the office. The light was still on, and through the half-open door, I caught a glimpse of the clerk hunched over a bank of monitors. They flickered with grainy black and white images, hallways, parking lots, empty rooms. Every camera seemed trained on every corner of the motel. I knew it was normal for security, but the way he watched made my skin crawl, like he was waiting for something. I cleared my throat. Are all these cameras always on? He didn't look up immediately. Keeps things quiet. You never know who's around. His voice was flat. Helps me keep an eye on the place. I nodded, but the knot in my stomach tightened. Something didn't sit right. I didn't want to seem rude, but I couldn't shake the feeling that the cameras weren't just for the motel. They were watching me. I went back to my room, locking the door behind me. The whispering was louder now, more distinct, but still muffled, coming from somewhere down the hall. I pressed my ear to the door. It was a conversation, or maybe an argument, voices too low to make out words, but the tone was sharp, urgent. I wanted to tell myself it was nothing. That I was overthinking because I was tired, out of place in a town that didn't want visitors this late. But the silence had been broken, and I realized I wasn't alone. The room suddenly felt colder, the thin walls thinner. I pulled the blanket up around my shoulders and sat on the edge of the bed. My hands trembled despite myself. The motel was supposed to be just a stopover. Instead, it was a waiting room for something I couldn't yet name. Outside, the street lamp flickered again, casting the parking lot into brief darkness. The sedan's windows caught the light one last time, reflecting nothing but shadow. I wasn't sure I wanted to stay. But I couldn't leave, not yet. Something was here. Watching. Waiting. And I was right in the middle of it. The silence pressed in around me, heavy and unyielding. Every creak of the building, every distant hum of a passing car felt amplified, as if the motel itself was holding its breath. I glanced at my phone, no signal. Just like I thought. Trapped in a dead zone, with only the night and whatever was out there to keep me company. A cold breeze slipped through the cracked window, rustling the threadbare curtains. I pulled the blanket tighter around my shoulders, trying to allay the growing unease. The feeling in my gut wasn't just paranoia. It was a warning. Something was coming, and I was its prey. I swallowed hard and stood, pacing the room like a caged animal, desperate for answers I couldn't find. The night was far from over. The night stretched on, thick and suffocating. I kept thinking about the clerk. That pale man behind the counter, his eyes flicking up and down from the monitor to me, never blinking, never looking away. The way his fingers hovered over the keyboard, like he was waiting for me to make a wrong move. The cameras hidden everywhere. No wonder the place felt so silent. I wasn't alone. Not really. I paced again, slower this time, trying to listen past the silence. The muffled sounds came again, soft vibrations, like whispers or slow footsteps, muffled behind the thin walls. Room 7, maybe 9. Rooms that should have been empty. Why were there noises? I'd asked the clerk when I checked in. He said the motel was nearly deserted. A few regulars. That was it. But I knew better now. I couldn't sleep. My eyes kept darting to the crack in the door, where the hallway light barely spilled in, casting long, thin shadows that seemed to shift when I wasn't looking. The thin mattress beneath me was rough, the sheets smelling faintly of smoke and detergent. I ran my hands over the fabric. It felt cheap and worn, like everything else here. My phone stayed dark, useless. No signal. I tried again earlier, tapping the screen until my fingers cramped. Nothing. Dead zone. The isolation was real. I decided to get up, to walk the halls, to see for myself what was going on. Maybe if I found the source of those sounds, I could piece this puzzle together. Or at least distract myself from the growing pit in my stomach. The hallway was colder than my room, the overhead fluorescent light flickering erratically, buzzing low in the quiet. The paint was chipped, and the carpet was threadbare, stained in places with dark blotches I didn't want to identify. I paused outside room 7, the door slightly ajar like someone had just left. A faint heat pulsed out from the gap, and I could hear it again, low, indistinct muttering. I pressed my ear to the wood. No words. Just a breath, a shuffle, like someone pacing back and forth. The air smelled different here, sharper, like burnt coffee and something sour underneath. I stepped back, my fingers cold and clammy. I was about to move on when the sound stopped. Silence. Complete silence. Then a soft thud from inside the room, like something heavy dropped. My breath caught, and I stumbled back toward the end of the hall, blinking against a sudden rush of dizziness. I almost ran back to my room, locking the door behind me, but the curiosity beat out the fear. I needed to know what was happening here. I needed to understand the night clerk's obsession, the cameras, the strange noises. I pulled the curtain back just enough to peek through the window again. The parking lot was empty except for a single shadow, my own. But then, movement caught my eye. A figure slipping behind the motel's office building, quick and low. I blinked hard. The shape disappeared before I could be sure I'd seen it. Was I imagining things? My mind played tricks in the dark. I told myself to breathe, to calm down, but the tension was knotting tighter in my chest. I thought about the clerk again. Why was he watching so closely? The cameras, did they cover every inch of the motel? Was I the only guest, or the only one who mattered? The idea that someone was monitoring me, tracking my every step, made me feel smaller, trapped inside a spider's web. I needed more. I needed proof. Back in the room, I rummaged through the drawer beside the bed. Nothing, just a dusty Bible and an old pamphlet for the town's tourist spots. But then I noticed the phone on the desk. It was off the hook, the receiver resting crooked. I picked it up, the plastic cold and sticky under my fingers. A faint hum buzzed through the line, like interference. No dial tone. I pressed the button to hang up, and suddenly, a whisper crackled through the speaker. Low, garbled, barely audible, but definitely human. Hello? My heart hammered. I dropped the receiver, the sound slamming against the plastic desk. The whisper was gone. I stared at the phone, questioning what I'd just heard. Was it a prank? A malfunction? Or something worse? I paced again, pulling the blanket tighter around me. The night clerk's gaze seemed to pierce through the walls. I imagined him watching, waiting, knowing I was awake, scared, searching. I glanced at the clock on the nightstand. 2:30. The night was far from over. Then, a knock. Soft. Deliberate. At the door. I froze. The knocking came again, slow and measured, like a signal. My hands trembled as I moved toward the peephole, heart in my throat. No one was there. I stepped back, blinking against the dim light. The hallway was empty. No footsteps, no breath. Only silence. But it wasn't the kind of silence that comforted. It pressed against my skin, cold and accusing. Behind me, the door creaked. Slowly, as if someone was testing the lock. I spun around. Nothing. Just the faint rustle of curtains in the cracked window. I told myself it was the wind. That I was tired. That the night was playing tricks on me. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. That the motel was alive in a way I couldn't explain. That something or someone was waiting for me to slip up. I needed to find the truth. But the deeper I dug, the darker it felt. And I had no idea how far down the rabbit hole I was willing to go. The door creaked again. There was no one there. I stepped back, swallowing hard. The window rattled slightly in its frame as the wind nudged it, spilling a faint scent of damp pavement and something like old cigarettes into the room. The flickering bulb overhead buzzed unevenly, casting long, twitching shadows across the peeling wallpaper. I sat down on the edge of the bed, feeling the mattress sag under me, a thin layer of dust rising in the stale air. Something was wrong. I could sense it, low and steady, like a pulse beneath the floorboards. I told myself to breathe, to think rationally. The night clerk, Tom, had been watching me earlier, that much was clear. The array of hidden cameras in the lobby, the way his eyes slipped to the monitors when I moved. Not just casual surveillance. Obsession. Control. But why? And what was he afraid I'd find? I remembered the cracked security panel behind the counter, wires frayed and taped carelessly. I'd caught a glimpse of recordings, the hours looping over and over. Empty rooms. But the noises, those muffled sounds I heard, weren't on the tapes. They were alive. Real. I stood, pacing, the floor creaking under each step. The hallway outside was still, but I caught it again, the faint murmur, like whispering voices or low humming. From a room I was certain was vacant. Room 7. I wasn't sure why I didn't run then. Fear? Curiosity? A strange mix of both that weighed heavy in my gut. I grabbed the flashlight from my bag and slipped the door latch quietly, stepping out into the corridor. The thin carpet muffled my footsteps, but the stale air pressed against my face, colder here than in the room. Room 7's door was cracked open just enough to squeeze through. I peeked inside. The room was dim, lit only by the flickering neon sign from outside filtering through the window. The cracked plaster on the walls seemed to ripple in the light. No one was there. Or so I thought. There was a sound, a soft scraping, like fingernails on wood, from the bathroom. I froze. My breath hitched. The door was ajar, just a sliver. I edged closer, muscles coiled. The scrape stopped. Silence. Then the door slammed shut. I jumped, heart thudding against my ribs. I wanted to call out, to ask if someone was there, but my voice caught in my throat. Instead, I pressed my ear against the door. Nothing. I backed away slowly, the hairs on the back of my neck standing erect. The silence that followed was thick, pressing in on all sides, too heavy to ignore. Down the hall, a faint click echoed like a lock snapping shut. I glanced back toward the lobby. The faint glow of the neon sign painted the motel sign in red and blue, but the office was dark. Tom's silhouette appeared behind the glass, still watching. His eyes caught mine for a split second, unblinking, cold. I swallowed hard. No way out now. Whatever this was, I was in it. I returned to my room, locking the door and sliding the chain into place. My hands trembled as I pulled the curtain tight. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the window frame again. The muffled sound started back, low voices, footsteps pacing just beyond the walls. I sat on the bed, the flashlight casting jittery beams across the room. I thought about calling someone, anyone, but my phone was dead. No signal. The motel was a black hole in the middle of nowhere. I thought about leaving in the morning. But now, I wasn't sure I could. Not with Tom watching, and those sounds, those impossible sounds, trapped here with me. A knock at the door. Slow. Measured. My breath caught. I didn't move. The knocking stopped. A moment later, a whisper, barely audible, slid under the door. You shouldn't have come here. The words hung in the air, colder than the night outside. I realized then, this wasn't just about a motel or some strange voyeurism. I'd stumbled into something I couldn't walk away from. The truth I'd been chasing had turned into a cage. And the night was far from over. The silence stretched, heavy and suffocating, broken only by the faint hum of the old radiator sputtering in the corner. I pressed my ear to the door, straining to catch any sound beyond the thin wood. Nothing. Just the oppressive quiet, thick with menace. My fingers trembled as I reached into my pocket, pulling out the small flashlight I'd grabbed on a whim earlier. The beam sliced through the darkness, landing on the peeling wallpaper and the threadbare carpet. This room had secrets etched into its very walls, secrets that seemed to pulse beneath the surface. The whisper came again, barely louder this time. You can't leave. Not now. A cold sweat broke out across my skin. I forced myself to stand, every instinct screaming to flee, but the weight of curiosity pinned me in place. The door creaked as it slowly, impossibly, began to open, revealing only a sliver of shadow. My heart thundered in my chest. "Who's there?" I called, voice steadier than I felt. No answer. Only that dreadful silence, waiting to swallow me whole. Then, from the depths of the darkness, a single word seeped out, a promise and a curse: stay. I swallowed hard, the air thick with tension, and took a hesitant step forward into the abyss. The door hardly moved, just a thin crack of blackness, but it felt like some unseen weight was pressing down on me from the other side. I swallowed hard, trying to keep my breath even. The room smelled like damp plaster and old cigarettes, the faintest hint of mildew creeping in from the corners. An almost imperceptible vibration hummed through the wall, the faint, muffled sound of someone breathing or something shifting just out of sight. Rooms down the hall were supposed to be empty. I checked earlier. The clerk had said as much. But the silence was a lie. I edged closer to the door, knuckles pale against the chipped wood, and then I saw it, a small, almost invisible camera lens nestled in the upper corner of the wall near the ceiling. It glinted like a cold eye in the flashlight's beam. I had missed it before, distracted by the peeling paint and the musty smell. Now it felt like 1,000 eyes were watching every move I made. The night clerk's face flickered in my mind, that thin smile stretched too wide, too precise, as if he knew exactly what I was doing. I thought he was just a bored man with too much time and too few customers. Now I wasn't so sure. The way he had watched me from behind the counter, his gaze unblinking, like a predator waiting for the right moment. I took a step back, heart hammering in a rhythm that didn't match the quiet. I could almost hear my blood rushing in my ears, drowning out the dead silence. The whispered stay was a warning, a trap. I wanted to run, slam the door behind me, and never look back. But something pinned me there, the terrible curiosity that had brought me this far. I crouched down and ran my fingers along the base of the wall, feeling the rough texture of plaster and the faint warmth of the building settling into the night. The floorboards creaked softly under my weight, a reminder that I wasn't alone. Somewhere down the hall, a door slammed shut with a dull thud. I froze. "Hello?" My voice was tight, wavering. "Is someone there?" No answer. Only the distant drip of a leaking faucet and the low hum of the motel's ancient air conditioning struggling to keep the stale air moving. The sound was oddly comforting and terrifying all at once. Suddenly, the door behind me slammed open with a force that knocked me against the wall. My flashlight clattered to the floor, spinning light wildly across the ceiling. I scrambled back, my heart in my throat. "Don't move," the night clerk's voice was low, controlled, but there was something icy beneath it that made my skin crawl. He stood framed in the doorway, his face half lit by the flickering hallway light. The smile was gone. His eyes, sharp and unreadable, locked onto mine. I pushed myself up, hands raised, not that I was going to threaten him. "What do you want? Why are you watching me?" He stepped inside, closing the door behind him without a sound. "You don't belong here. None of you do." His voice was almost a whisper, but there was an edge that cut through the silence like an item. I swallowed, trying to steady my voice. "I'm just passing through. I didn't mean to cause any trouble." He laughed, but it wasn't warm or amused. It was cold, like an item sliding on glass. Trouble finds you whether you mean it or not. He moved closer, hands tucked into the pockets of his threadbare jacket. "I've been watching you since you checked in. You're not like the others." The hairs on my neck stood up. Others? People who come here thinking they can hide. Escape. but you can't escape what's inside these walls." He gestured vaguely around the room as if the very air held secrets too heavy to name. "I see everything. Every step, every breath." I felt trapped, the walls seeming to close in with every word. The fluorescent light overhead flickered again, casting long, jittery shadows. The silence pressed down, broken only by the distant murmur of voices from rooms that should have been empty, the same rooms I passed on my way here. "Why?" I asked, barely able to keep the panic out of my voice. "Why go to all this trouble?" He smiled again, a slow, unsettling curl of his lips. "Because you're different. You don't belong. And I need to know why." I backed away, eyes darting toward the door. My flashlight was still spinning on the floor, the beam catching the camera lens embedded high in the corner, the tiny eye watching me like a spider waiting for its prey. "Let me go," I said, voice firmer this time, though my hands trembled. "I'm not your prisoner." He shook his head slowly. "You already are. The motel doesn't let people leave once it decides they're part of the story." I laughed, bitter and hollow. "This isn't real. You're just some guy with cameras and too much time on his hands." "Maybe." He shrugged, but his eyes didn't blink. "Or maybe we're all just waiting for the next chapter to begin." The hallway beyond the door darkened suddenly. The voices grew louder, more urgent, like a flood just beneath the surface. I could feel the weight of unseen eyes pressing in from every direction. The walls seemed to breathe, and the air thickened with something I couldn't name. I swallowed hard, the taste of dust and fear sharp on my tongue. The night clerk's gaze bore into me, unyielding and cold. For the first time, I realized this wasn't just some odd roadside motel with an overbearing clerk. It was a trap. A cage. And I was already inside. The door behind me clicked softly, the lock sliding home with a deliberate finality. My pulse thundered in my ears, loud and insistent. I glanced down at the flashlight, the beam finally slowing its spin, casting a narrow cone of light across the floor. "This isn't over," I said, though my voice felt small and fragile. "I'm going to find a way out." He smiled again, that same slow, knowing curl. "Good luck. You'll need it." The voices from the empty rooms grew louder still, a chorus of muffled whispers and shifting footsteps. The night stretched on, heavy and unyielding, and I knew the darkness wasn't just outside these walls. It was inside me now, too. The lock's click echoed in my ears long after the door had shut. I tried to steady my breath, but the taste of dust and something faintly metallic lingered on my tongue. I wasn't sure if it was fear or the remnants of the night clerk's cold gaze, not quite human, not quite sane, that left it there. Whatever it was, it had settled inside me, a weight I couldn't shake. I forced myself to move. The hallway stretched out before me, dimly lit by flickering bulbs that cast long shadows across cracked wallpaper. I ran my fingers along the rough plaster of the wall, feeling the gritty texture under my skin. It grounded me, reminded me I was still here, still real, still alive. The voices, I murmured to myself, they're not just echoes. My voice sounded strange in the stillness, like it was foreign to my own ears. I reached the room at the end of the hall, the one that had held the muffled sounds since I arrived. The door was cracked open just enough to let the whispers slip out. I hesitated, the flashlight beam sweeping over the chipped wood, the faded paint. My heart hammered against my ribs. I wanted to run, but my legs wouldn't obey. A soft murmur drifted from inside. It wasn't words, not really. More like fragments, broken syllables strung together in a rhythm that made no sense. A trickle of cold sweat slid down my back. I pressed my ear to the door, the rough surface biting into my skin. Then silence. Complete silence. I pulled back, breath shallow. My mind raced, trying to piece together what I'd seen, the night clerk's obsession with the cameras, the way he always seemed to know where I was. The empty rooms filled with sounds that had no explanation. The door that locked behind me with finality. I realized, with a sinking feeling, that I'd been trapped in his world. Not by force of chains or bars, but by something much subtler, his control, his watchful eyes, the way he manipulated the motel like a puppeteer. Every flicker of the lights, every creak in the floorboards was part of his design. I needed a plan. Not just to escape, but to understand. Back in the lobby, I found the clerk sitting behind the counter, eyes fixed on a bank of monitors. The screen showed grainy black and white footage of every hallway, every room. He looked up as I approached, his smile slow and deliberate. "You're still here," he said, voice low, almost amused. I swallowed hard, trying to keep my voice steady. "Why? Why watch like this? What do you want?" He leaned forward, fingers steepled. "Control. Observation. The motel is my domain. Everyone who passes through becomes part of the story. You're the latest chapter." "People aren't stories," I said, voice cracking. "They're real." He shrugged, eyes glinting in the dim light. "Reality is what I make it." I looked past him to the monitors, catching glimpses of myself moving through the halls, always just out of reach. And then I noticed something on one screen. A figure moved in a room that was supposed to be empty. A shadow shifting behind a curtain. "Who's that?" I asked, voice barely above a whisper. He didn't answer. Instead, he stood, walking toward me slowly. "You don't need to worry about them. They're part of the motel's ambience." I stepped back, heart racing. "Ambience? That's people you're watching. Trapped." His smile widened, colder than before. "Trapped? Or choosing to stay?" I shook my head, the weight of everything pressing down. "I'm not staying." He gestured toward the door. "You can leave any time. But what happens outside is far less predictable. The world isn't kind." I hesitated, the silence stretching between us. The muffled voices, the flickering lights, the rooms that whispered secrets, they were all warnings. But I wasn't sure if I was safer inside the cage or outside in the dark. I turned away, stepping into the hallway. The night clerk's eyes followed me, unblinking. The air was thick with tension, every step echoing louder than it should in the emptiness. Outside, the sky was beginning to lighten. The first hints of dawn softened the motel's harsh edges, turning the cracked pavement to muted gray. I paused, breathing in the cool, fresh air. It tasted like possibility, like escape. But the motel's hold didn't loosen. The weight of what I'd seen, the knowledge of those hidden cameras, the voices in the walls, they clung to me like shadows. I walked toward my car, feeling the rough asphalt beneath my shoes, the distant call of a dog breaking the silence. The night clerk watched from the window, a silent sentinel in a place where time had stopped. I didn't look back. Driving away, the motel shrank in my rearview mirror, a dark blot against the morning light. The road stretched ahead empty, uncertain. But I was moving. And that made all the difference. The miles slipped by beneath my wheels, the hum of the engine a steady companion. Dawn painted the horizon in soft hues of pink and gold, promising new beginnings despite the weight in my chest. Somewhere up ahead, freedom waited not as a destination, but as a fragile hope I was determined to chase, no matter how long the road. Each turn brought a whisper of possibility, a reminder that even the longest journeys start with a single step forward. Story 3, Bloodline of Eltrow, Unearthing a Monstrous Heritage. I never expected a family tree to feel like a trap. The apartment was unusually still that night, the kind of stillness that presses against your ears. I sat cross-legged on the faded rug, laptop open, a half-empty mug of cold coffee beside me. The air smelled faintly of old paper and something metallic, like the remnants of last week's rain clinging to the window frame. Outside, the street lamp flickered unevenly, casting long shadows that jittered with the wind. A distant dog barked, sharp and urgent, then silence. Complete silence. I was on the cusp of a breakthrough, or so I thought. The records I'd unearthed led me to a village named Eltrow, tiny, tucked deep in the folds of the countryside. No more than a few dozen houses, maybe fewer. The kind of place people passed through without a second glance. Yet, something about the names listed there, the dates, the strange notation beside some births, gnawed at me. A rare genetic marker, the doctor's letter said, quietly tucked in the medical archives, a mutation linked to behavioral shifts, subtle but unmistakable. That was the term they used, behavioral shifts. Odd, clinical. Yet the few descriptions I found hinted at something darker, more unsettling. I pushed the thought away and leaned back, rubbing my temples. Why does this feel like the start of something I shouldn't dig into? I muttered to myself. The room felt colder than usual. That, or I was imagining it. Maybe it was just a draft sneaking in through the cracked window. I'd never been the type to chase family history stories. Most of my relatives were scattered, lost to time or geography, and frankly, I preferred the present. But after my grandfather died last spring, leaving behind boxes of letters and faded photographs, I felt compelled. Maybe it was guilt. Maybe it was curiosity. Or maybe I just wanted an anchor to something real. The next morning, I called my mother, hoping for clarity. Her voice was cautious, guarded, as if she'd been waiting for me to ask. "Eltrow," she said softly, almost afraid I'd hear someone else listening. "It's not a place we talk about much. Not since your great-grandfather left." I tried to press for more, but she changed the subject, coughing into the phone and promising to send me some old letters. The hesitation in her voice was a warning I couldn't ignore. That afternoon, I found myself wandering through the city park, notebook in hand. The sun was low, casting a warm glow, but the shadows under the trees looked thick, almost unnatural. I sat on a bench, watching people pass, their laughter, their hurried footsteps, the rustle of leaves stirred by a sudden breeze. Yet, beneath it all, there was a tension I couldn't place. It wasn't the park. It was me. Something was shifting. Returning home, I noticed the small scratches on the windowsill, too deliberate to be random. I traced them with a fingertip, the wood rough and splintered beneath my nails. A pattern? Possibly. I wasn't sure. I tried to shake off the feeling, but it lingered, like a whisper at the edge of hearing. That night, sleep was elusive. The ceiling above me seemed to pulse with a slow rhythm, like a heartbeat I couldn't escape. My thoughts spiraled back to Eltrow, to the mutation, and to the strange reports of people acting out in ways that didn't make sense. There were no clear incidents, no headlines, just fragments, an old man wandering for days without memory, a woman whose mood swung wildly, frightening even her closest friends. Nothing supernatural, just human minds unraveling. Or perhaps evolving. I caught myself staring in the mirror longer than usual, searching for signs. Was my expression twitching? Was there a flicker of something darker in my eyes? The reflection stared back, steady, but a chill crept up my spine. I rubbed my face, tasting the faint bitterness of anxiety on my tongue. The next few days blurred together. I buried myself in letters, census records, and medical journals. Each piece fit awkwardly, like puzzle fragments forced into the wrong places. The more I learned, the heavier the weight on my chest grew. There was a pattern, quiet, insidious, that no one talked about openly. The mutation wasn't just genetic, it seemed to influence the way people thought, felt, and behaved. And it was hereditary. One afternoon, while scanning a faded photograph of the village, I noticed something odd. The faces of the villagers were too uniform, sharp cheekbones, pale skin, eyes that seemed to hold a strange, flickering light. Not quite a look, but a presence. The image felt wrong, like a memory that didn't belong. I heard a knock at the door. It was my next-door neighbor, Mrs. Harper, her expression tight, eyes darting nervously. "Sorry to bother you," she said, voice low. "Have you noticed anything strange lately? Around here?" I blinked. Strange? Like what? She hesitated, glancing over her shoulder. People acting different. Quiet, distant. Like they're not themselves. I forced a smile. "It's been a tough year. Maybe that's it." She nodded, but her eyes told a different story as she left quickly, the door clicking shut behind her. I sat back down, the room suddenly too small, the air thick and hard to breathe. The mutation. The village. The strange behaviors. It all pressed in on me, heavy and unrelenting. And then, that night, something inside me shifted. A restlessness, sharp and unfamiliar. My hands trembled as I reached for a glass of water, the edges of the room seeming to blur just slightly. I swallowed hard, tasting the metallic tang again, stronger this time. Was it the mutation surfacing? Or just my imagination running wild? I didn't know. But the sense of calm I held onto was slipping, and in its place, something darker was waking up. I wasn't sure where this road would lead. All I knew was that turning back no longer felt like an option. The morning light came through the thin curtains, pale and unsteady, as if the day itself wasn't sure it wanted to show up. I knew I couldn't ignore it. Not anymore. Pulling on my jacket, I left the cramped guest room and stepped outside. The village was slow to wake, faint smoke from chimneys, the occasional clatter of shutters being drawn back, but mostly silence. The kind of silence that presses in tight and suffocates. I walked toward the small square, footsteps muffled on the uneven cobblestones, eyes flicking to the windows. Faces pressed against glass, watching. Or maybe just looking through me. I stopped by the bakery, a narrow little place with faded green paint peeling from the doorframe. The smell of bread still hung in the air, yeasty and warm, but the windows were shuttered tight. No sign of the usual morning bustle. I glanced at the sign by the door, closed due to illness. Illness. The word felt too easy. A catch-all for things no one wanted to name. I pressed on, making my way to the village hall. The door was unlocked, creaking as I pushed it open. Inside, the smell of damp plaster and old wood filled the air, mixed with something sharper, maybe bleach, or something chemical. I found the clerk's desk abandoned, papers scattered and yellowed. A ledger lay open, dates and names written in neat, looping script. One entry caught my eye, increased cases of agitation and withdrawal noted. Genetic counseling recommended. I frowned. Genetic counseling? Here? For a village that seemed frozen in time? I flipped back through the pages, each note more disturbing than the last. Sudden mood swings, paranoia, inexplicable aggression. People turning on each other over small things, neighbors no longer trusting neighbors. The mutation was no longer a vague theory or distant rumor. It was here. I heard footsteps behind me, slow and deliberate. I spun around, heart jumping, and saw an older man standing in the doorway. His eyes were pale, almost glassy, and his face was drawn tight, like he'd been carrying too many secrets for too long. "You shouldn't be here," he said, voice low but urgent. This isn't a place for outsiders. I swallowed, trying to steady my voice. I'm just trying to understand. My family, my ancestors, they came from here. I need to know what's happening. He studied me for a long moment, then shook his head. You don't want to dig into this. Not really. It gets darker the more you look. But I have to. I can feel it, something inside me that's changing. I think it's connected. He sighed, stepping back into the hallway. Then be careful. The village doesn't take kindly to questions. People change when they're afraid. They become unpredictable. Before I could ask what he meant, he was gone, swallowed by the narrow corridor. Silence settled again, but it was different now. Thicker. Charged. I left the hall and wandered toward the old church at the village's edge. The bell tower loomed against the gray sky, empty and hollow. The air was colder here, the wind cutting through the thin fabric of my jacket. As I walked, I noticed the ground near the entrance footprints, deep and uneven, as if someone had dragged their feet. I knelt down, brushing away dirt and leaves. The prints led inside. Curiosity pulled me forward, despite the knot tightening in my stomach. Inside, the church smelled of dust and decay. The pews were broken, the altar stained and cracked. I ran my hand over the rough wood. It felt cold, almost alive with neglect. In the corner, something caught my eye, a pile of papers, yellowed and torn. I picked them up carefully, unfolding a letter written in a shaky hand. The words were fragmented, desperate. They're not themselves anymore. I see it in their eyes. The mutation takes hold, and it's like they're losing control, losing who they were. I'm scared it's in me too. The signature was smudged, but the fear was raw and immediate. I sat down on a broken pew, the wood creaking beneath me. The letter felt like a message from the past, a warning whispered across time. I thought about the villagers, their quiet, distant faces, the way they avoided eye contact, the tension simmering just beneath the surface. Whatever this mutation was, it wasn't just genetic. It was contagious in another way, spreading through fear and suspicion. A sudden noise made me jump, a soft shuffling from the back of the church. I turned, heart hammering, but the shadows held only emptiness. Still, I could feel eyes on me, watching, waiting. I left quickly, the cold air hitting my face like a slap. Outside, the village was quieter now, the streets emptying as the day unfolded. But the unease clung to me like a second skin. Back at the inn, I tried to focus on my laptop, piecing together the bits of history I'd found. The mutation, as rare as it was, seemed to have come from a small group of ancestors who'd lived in isolation for generations. The longer the village stayed closed off, the more the mutation took root, twisting behavior in ways no one fully understood. And me? I was starting to see the signs. The restlessness. The metallic taste. The tremors. The sharp bursts of anger that flared unexpectedly, then vanished like a bad dream. I stared at the screen, fingers hovering over the keyboard. Was I becoming one of them? Or something else entirely? My phone buzzed, breaking the silence. A message from Anna, the local woman who had warned me the night before. Meet me at the old mill before sunset. There's something you need to see. No explanation. Just those words, heavy with urgency. I glanced out the window. The sky was closing in, clouds gathering like a storm ready to break. I didn't want to go, but I knew I had to. Because whatever this was, it wasn't done with me yet. The sky darkened faster than I expected. Anna's message blinked on my phone screen again. Meet me at the old mill before sunset. No explanation. Just those words. I'd been hoping for more, something concrete to hold on to, but that was all I had. I stepped outside, the wind biting at my skin, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and rotting leaves. The village was unusually silent. No dogs barking, no distant laughter, just the whisper of wind through skeletal branches. The path to the old mill was muddy and uneven, the kind of trail that made you second-guess every step. I could feel the familiar buzz in my skull, like a low hum just beneath the surface of my thoughts. The restlessness was returning faster than before. I fought the urge to pace, to run, but there was nowhere else to go. Not yet. I reached the mill as the first raindrops began to fall, sharp and cold. The building was a skeletal ruin, its wooden beams warped and cracked, windows boarded up or shattered. I spotted Anna standing just inside the doorway, her figure barely visible through the gloom. She turned slowly when she heard me approach, her eyes wide but wary. "Thanks for coming," she said, voice low, almost swallowed by the wind. She glanced over her shoulder before stepping fully into the open. "You don't have much time." "What is it?" I asked, the words catching in my throat. The air smelled of old grain and mildew, a faint sourness that made me wrinkle my nose. "Why here? Why now?" Anna hesitated, then pulled a crumpled folder from her coat pocket. She handed it to me with trembling fingers. "Look inside. It's what I promised. The truth about the mutation and about this village." I peeled back the cover. Inside were reports, handwritten notes, faded photographs. The handwriting was jagged, sometimes indecipherable. I skimmed the pages, heart sinking with every line. The mutation wasn't just a genetic oddity. It was a slow, insidious breakdown of impulse control, empathy, and social inhibition. The villagers displayed increasing paranoia, obsessive behaviors, sudden bursts of aggression, not physical, but verbal and psychological. Gossip turned poisonous, minor slights escalated into community-wide feuds. Families fractured. Trust dissolved. The mutation rewired the brain's emotional centers, amplifying fear and distrust until it consumed everything. I looked up at Anna, searching her face for some sign of hope. Instead, I saw exhaustion etched deep into her features, as if she'd been carrying a burden for years. "They tried to leave," she said quietly. "A few did. But the mutation, it doesn't just stay in the village. It follows. Changes them even after they're gone. That's why no one talks about it. Because it's contagious in a way no one can stop." "Contagious?" I repeated, the word tasting wrong in my mouth. "But it's genetic. How can it spread like a disease?" She shrugged. "Not through blood, no. But through behavior. Social contagion. The way people influence each other. The more you're around it, the more it seeps in. It rewires your brain chemistry, your emotions. You start to think differently, feel differently. It's subtle at first. Then it's not." I swallowed hard. "So I'm already infected." Anna's eyes darkened. "You don't have a choice anymore. You're here. You've seen too much. You can't turn back." That hit harder than I expected. The idea that the mutation was no longer just a distant family curse, but something active inside me, shifting my thoughts and feelings in ways I couldn't control. The restlessness, the anger, the metallic taste, they weren't warnings anymore. They were symptoms. A sudden crash echoed from inside the mill, sharp and unexpected. We both froze. The wind picked up, rattling the broken windows, sending shards of glass tinkling to the floor. I could hear footsteps, slow, deliberate, but not mine. "Did you hear that?" Anna whispered, pulling her coat tighter around her thin frame. Her voice was barely steady. I nodded, throat dry. Someone else here. We edged toward the entrance, eyes straining in the failing light. The mill's interior was a cavern of shadows, the broken machinery casting monstrous silhouettes. The smell of oil and damp wood was overpowering. I could taste it on my tongue, acrid and metallic. A figure stepped out from behind a rusted beam. Old, hunched, face hidden beneath a hooded jacket. The man's eyes glinted with something unnerving, not quite fear, not quite menace, but something that didn't belong. Anna, he said, voice rough like gravel. You shouldn't be here. She stepped forward, defiant. Neither should you. The man's gaze shifted to me. For a moment, I thought he might recognize me. Or maybe he just saw what I was becoming. You're not one of us, he said, voice low and threatening. But you're close enough now. Too close. My skin prickled. The metallic taste surged, stronger this time, almost overwhelming. My hands clenched into fists, nails digging into my palms. Why? I asked, voice breaking. Why am I like this? What do you want from me? The man shook his head. It's not about what we want. It's about survival. The mutation. It's a chain. Break it, and everything falls apart. You're part of that chain now, whether you like it or not. I looked at Anna. Her jaw was set tight, eyes flashing. I wanted to ask if this was true, if there was any way out. But the words caught in my throat. The path back was gone. The village, the mutation, the people, it was all tangled into my blood now. The man stepped closer, voice dropping to a whisper. There's no leaving. Not anymore. The wind howled through the broken windows, carrying with it the scent of earth and decay. The rain was coming down harder now, drumming on the mill's rusted roof like a warning. I swallowed the bitter taste again, feeling the mutation's pulse inside me, a slow, relentless tide washing away everything I thought I knew about myself. I was trapped. No escape. No turning back. Only forward. The rain hammered harder now, a relentless drum on the mill's rusted roof that matched the thudding of my heart. I swallowed, tasting the bitterness again, the metallic tang that never quite left my mouth since I'd crossed into this place. My hands shook, but I clenched my fists, trying to anchor myself. The mutation. A chain. Survival. All tangled into my blood. The weight of it pressed down with a suffocating certainty. Outside, the wind tore through the broken windows, carrying the scent of damp earth and rot. It was the smell of the village itself, something ancient and stubborn, refusing to let go. I could almost taste it, thick in the air, mingling with the stale dust and the faint, sour odor of sweat and fear. I don't understand, I said, voice rough. If the mutation is survival, then why does it twist us? Why does it feel like it's tearing me apart from the inside? Anna's eyes flicked away, her voice low. Because it's not just survival. It's control. Once it starts, it changes everything. We're not ourselves anymore. Not really. The man stepped closer, his breath ragged, mixing with the cold air. You think you're fighting it. You think you can hold on. But the mutation doesn't ask. It takes. It reshapes. I swallowed hard, the pulse inside me quickening, like something waking beneath the skin. I could feel it. The urge to snap, to lash out, to shut down. It was no longer distant, no longer something happening to others. It was mine. Anna, I said, voice barely steady. What happens if I give in? She didn't answer right away. Her eyes darkened. You lose yourself. You become like the others. Hollow, twisted. Dangerous. Dangerous. The word hung heavy. I wanted to ask what exactly that meant, but the air thickened, as if the room itself was leaning in, waiting. My throat tightened, and the taste of bile rose again. The man's gaze was steady. We don't want to lose you. None of us do. But the mutation doesn't care about want. It just is. And now, you're part of the chain. You can fight if you want, but it won't stop. I looked at Anna again. Her face, usually so controlled, was fractured by something raw and desperate. Is there no way out? No cure? No breaking the chain? She shook her head slowly, the sound almost a whisper. We've tried everything. Doctors, outsiders, experiments. Nothing worked. The village, this place, is all that's left. It's what keeps the mutation alive. A sudden noise made me jump, a scraping sound from the corner of the room, like nails on wood. My breath hitched. The man's eyes narrowed. Not safe here, he muttered. I turned toward the sound, my pulse spiking. Shadows shifted in the dim light. The mill's wall seemed to close in, the cold plaster rough against my fingertips as I steadied myself. The rain outside intensified, drowning out everything but the pounding in my ears. Who's there? I called out, voice shaking more than I liked. Silence answered, heavy and thick. Then a whisper, just beyond hearing, like the rustle of fabric or a soft breath. Goosebumps prickled along my arms. I wasn't alone. Anna moved beside me, her eyes sharp, scanning the darkness. They're watching. Always watching. The idea made my skin crawl. Watching. Waiting. Like predators circling, patient and cold. I tried to force calm. What do they want? Why won't they let me leave? The man's voice was grim. Because if you leave, the mutation breaks free. It spreads beyond the village, beyond control. They say it's better to contain it here, no matter the cost. No matter the cost. The words twisted inside me. What cost? What price had I already paid? I thought of my own reflection, the subtle twitch in my jaw, the way my thoughts sometimes slipped into dark corners I didn't recognize. I shook my head, trying to dislodge the creeping panic. I'm not sure I can do this. I don't know who I am anymore. Anna's hand brushed mine, rough and cold. You're still you. But you won't be for long if you don't fight. A sudden chill swept through the room, like the breath of something unseen. I swallowed hard again, my skin prickling with tension. The mutation was waking inside me, a slow, relentless tide pulling me down. Tell me, I said, voice tight. What happens if I don't fight? What happens when it takes over? The man's eyes darkened, haunted. You lose control. You become a danger to yourself and others. The mutation changes behavior, not just bodies. Paranoia. Aggression. Isolation. Sometimes worse. I pictured it, losing myself, locked inside a mind that no longer belonged to me, trapped in a body that betrayed me. The thought made my stomach twist painfully. But, I said, swallowing my fear, if it's survival, then maybe it's not all bad. Maybe it's just adaptation. Anna's laugh was bitter, short. Adaptation? You think this is evolution? It's a curse. It's a prison. The rain outside slowed, the rhythm shifting to an eerie quiet. The wind dropped, leaving only the occasional drip of water from the broken beams. The sudden silence felt like the calm before a storm I couldn't see. I glanced at the man again. And you? How do you live with this? Do you ever feel normal? His laugh was hollow. Normal is a memory. We learn to live with the mutation, or it consumes us. Some don't last. The weight of his words settled over me like a shroud. I wanted to ask more, to bargain for hope, but the room felt smaller, the air thicker. Then Anna's voice cut through the stillness. We don't have time. They know you're here now. They'll come. My breath caught. Who? What do you mean? She looked toward the door, eyes wide. The others. The ones who fully succumbed. They don't like strangers. Especially not ones who ask questions. A sudden noise from the hallway, soft footsteps, deliberate and slow. My heart slammed against my ribs. The man moved quickly, pulling the door shut behind him, turning the rusty latch with a sharp click. Lock it, he said, voice low. I fumbled with the latch, hands trembling. The footsteps grew louder, closer. A shadow appeared beneath the crack of the door, shifting, restless. I pressed my back against the cold wall, breath shallow, listening to the ragged breathing on the other side. Why? I whispered. Why can't I just leave? Anna's eyes met mine, fierce and unyielding. Because you already belong. And they won't let you go. The door rattled, a low, guttural sound slipping through. The mutation inside me throbbed, a dark pulse sinking with the chaos outside. I closed my eyes, the bitter taste thick on my tongue, and realized there was only one way forward. No turning back. No escape. The chain was tightening. The morning air in the village was sharp and cold, biting into my lungs with each breath as I stood outside the small, weathered house that had belonged to my great-grandfather. I hadn't slept much. The dim light of dawn revealed the peeling paint of the shutters, and the rough plaster cracked like a spider web across the walls. Somewhere nearby, a dog barked long, drawn out, and lonely. The smell of damp earth and rotting leaves seeped through the narrow streets, mixing with the faint aroma of wood smoke from chimneys waking up. I had spent the previous night wrestling with a thought that refused to let go. The mutation wasn't just a quirk of genetics. It was a slow poison creeping under my skin, twisting my mind and pulling me towards something I didn't want to become. The villagers, those faces I'd come to know, were not monsters, but the mutation had warped their behavior into something unrecognizable. And now, I could feel it stirring inside me. It was subtle at first, like a low hum beneath everything else. A tightening behind my eyes, a flicker of restlessness that made conversations feel like a battle. I could almost taste the bitterness of it, metallic and dry on my tongue. I tried to shake it off, but it clung, a shadow I couldn't outrun. I stepped inside the house, the floorboards creaking beneath my boots. The air smelled faintly of mildew and old paper. On a rickety wooden table, I found a stack of faded letters and a leather-bound journal, brittle with age. I traced the worn edges with trembling fingers and opened the journal to the last entry. It was written in a hurried scrawl, the ink smeared in places as if the writer's hand had been shaking. It is in the blood, the page began. A sickness no doctor can name, no medicine cure. We hide it, but it grows, gnaws at the mind. The others have given in. I resist, must resist, for my children's sake. My breath caught. These words were my great-grandfather's, the man whose face I'd seen in a faded photograph on the village notice board. Resistance. That word echoed in my mind, a lifeline thrown across generations. I sat down heavily, the chair groaning under my weight. The room felt colder now, the shadows deeper. Outside, the village stirred, quiet voices and footsteps, the low murmur of people going about their routines. But I knew better. I knew the truth behind the smiles and the polite nods. The mutation didn't just twist behavior, it isolated, it fractured families, it bred paranoia and isolation. Why didn't you leave? I whispered to the empty room, the words almost catching in my throat. Why did you stay? A creak from the hallway made me stiffen. I wasn't alone. The door to the next room opened slowly, revealing Anya, the woman who had guided me here, her eyes dark and unreadable. She held a small cup of tea, hands trembling slightly. I thought you'd be gone by now, she said softly, stepping inside. The faint scent of herbs clung to her clothes. You should rest. This place, it wears on you. I wanted to ask her so many things, but the words stuck behind a wall of confusion and something darker, doubt. Is it getting worse? I finally managed. The feeling inside? She nodded, her gaze dropping to the floor. It does. The mutation. It's not just genetic. It feeds on fear, on isolation. The more you fight alone, the stronger it becomes. A bitter laugh escaped me. So what? I'm supposed to give in? Become like them? No, her voice was firm now, but gentle. You don't have to. But you need help. We all do. That's why I stayed. To hold on to what little humanity we have left. I looked at her, really looked, and saw the exhaustion beneath her calm. The burden she carried. The flicker of something fragile, like hope. We spent the day talking, really talking, for the first time since I arrived. Anya told me about the village's history, about the quiet suffering that had bound them together and torn them apart. About the experiments, the whispered rumors of medical tests done decades ago, abandoned when the mutation proved too complex. About the small acts of rebellion, the moments when someone resisted the pull and chose kindness over cruelty. The sun climbed higher, and with it came a strange clarity. The mutation was no curse, no supernatural force. It was a biological truth, a cruel twist of fate. But it didn't have to define me. I could fight it, not by running, but by connecting with others, with my own history, with the part of myself that still remembered empathy. That evening, I walked back to the village square. The sky was a dull gray, the light fading fast. People moved through the streets, their faces marked with suspicion and weariness. I felt the mutation's edge prickling at the corners of my mind, whispering doubts and dark thoughts. But I also felt something else, a flicker of resistance. I stopped near the old well in the center of the square, the rough stone cool beneath my hand. A group of children played nearby, their laughter tentative but real. For a moment, the weight inside me lifted, replaced by a fierce determination. I knew the road ahead wouldn't be easy. The mutation was still there, lurking beneath the surface, waiting for a chance. But I wasn't alone. And maybe, just maybe, that was enough. That night, I wrote in the journal, my own words joining the generations before me. I will resist. I will remember who I am. This mutation may be in my blood, but it will not be my master. The house was silent save for the steady scratching of my pen and the distant howl of wind against the window pane. Outside, the village slept, fragile and flawed, but alive. Silence. Complete silence. And in that silence, hope. Story 4, Unseen Wanderer, Lost Time Uncovered. The morning light was too sharp, too insistent when I woke. It was me. Or someone who looked like me, wandering through the forest behind my apartment. The trees were tall and dense, the kind of place where the light barely touched the ground, and the air, cold and heavy with silence, smelled damp and earthy. I was alone, moving without any clear direction, sometimes stopping to touch a tree trunk or crouch down to examine something off-screen. The timestamp said nearly 3 hours of footage. 3 hours. I had no memory of leaving my apartment. I sat up, the blankets falling away, and stared at the dark circles under my eyes and the reflection on the screen. My hands trembled as I pressed pause. The phone felt heavier than usual, like it was weighted down with something I couldn't quite name. A buzzing tension settled in my chest, the kind that creeps up quietly and refuses to leave. I'd gone to bed early, that much I was sure of. Last night was the usual, a cup of chamomile tea, a couple of chapters from a novel, the soft hum of the city outside my window. No parties, no late-night walks home. I even locked the door twice. So why was I in the forest? More to the point, why was my phone recording me without my knowledge? The air in the room was stale, like it hadn't been aired out in days despite the window cracked open a few inches. I could hear a distant dog barking, the sound bouncing off the buildings, sharp and sudden in the quiet. I swallowed hard, tasting the lingering bitterness of yesterday's leftovers, the faint metallic tang that sometimes creeps in when you've been dehydrated. My apartment felt different. Not wrong, exactly, but off. The floorboards creaked more than usual, the radiator let out a soft groan, and a chair scraped against the tile in the kitchen as if someone had just moved it. But I was alone. I told myself that. I must have been. I grabbed my jacket and stepped outside. The air was crisp, carrying the faint scent of rain that never quite fell. The street was nearly empty, save for an old man walking his dog, both of them moving with the slow, deliberate rhythm of familiarity. I nodded at him, and he nodded back without much interest. Nothing seemed out of place. No missing time here. The forest edge was just a few blocks from my apartment, a tangle of oaks and pines that people usually avoided after dusk. The path was narrow and covered with fallen leaves, soft underfoot. I'd been there dozens of times before, running, hiking, thinking. It was a place to get lost in thought, not in time. Still, standing at the tree line, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd been somewhere I wasn't supposed to be. My phone buzzed again in my pocket. Another message, this one just a single word, look. My skin prickled. I pulled it out, heart ticking up a notch. The message was from an unknown number. No context, no explanation. Just look. I wanted to throw the phone against the pavement, but curiosity stopped me. I tapped on the video again, watching myself move through the shadows between the trees. Every little sound, the rustle of leaves, a bird's distant call, the soft crunch of twigs underfoot felt amplified now, like an echo bouncing inside my skull. There was something else. A figure barely visible, just a flicker at the edge of the frame, watching me. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light or a stray branch. But the longer I watched, the more certain I became. Someone had been there. Someone else. I swallowed hard and looked around. The forest was silent. No footsteps except mine. No breathing but my own. When had they started watching? How long had this been going on? The phone's battery was low. I turned it off and slipped it back into my pocket. My hands were still shaking. I wanted to believe it was a prank, a glitch, something explainable. But deep down, I knew better. Someone had been following me. Someone who knew how to erase time, or at least make me think it had disappeared. I took a step back from the trees. The sun was climbing higher, but the shadows felt darker now. The forest wasn't just a place to get lost in thought anymore. It was a place where time could be stolen, and I was the one left trying to piece it back together. "Who are you?" I whispered, the words almost swallowed by the rustling leaves. No answer. Only silence. Complete silence. A cold breeze skittered across the underbrush, carrying with it a faint scent I couldn't place, something metallic, almost like the edge of an item. My heart hammered against my ribs, each beat loud in the stillness. I strained my eyes, searching the thickening shadows between the trunks, but the forest offered no clues, only an oppressive quiet that pressed against my eardrums. Suddenly, a soft snap echoed behind me. I whipped around, breath catching, but the space was empty, just a patch of disturbed leaves and broken twigs. Whoever or whatever was here had vanished again, leaving only traces too subtle to follow. The feeling of being watched crept back, colder this time, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. I forced my legs to move forward, stepping deeper into the thicket, hoping to find answers or at least a sign. But with every step, the weight of missing time grew heavier, like the minutes I'd lost were now anchors dragging me down into something I couldn't yet understand. The forest didn't let up. But the forest itself offered no answers. Just endless trunks, broken twigs, and that strange metallic scent lingering in the damp air. I swallowed hard, my throat dry. The video showed me wandering aimlessly, but there was something else, faint flashes of a figure, always just out of focus or behind a tree, never fully revealed. I could barely make out a shape, moving silently, almost too deliberately. Whoever it was, they'd been watching me. Maybe controlling me. I sat on the cold ground, my back against a rough bark, and let the quiet press in. The forest was alive in its own way, birds stirring, the rustle of small animals, but nothing that made sense. My phone buzzed. A message from Jess. "You okay? You missed breakfast. Coffee at mine?" I stared at the text, then at the screen again. My fingers trembled as I typed back, "Can't talk. Something's wrong." Then I turned off the phone, shoved it deep in my pocket. I needed to think, to figure out what I was facing. I remembered the look in the eyes of the person or thing on the video. Cold. Calculated. Not someone who just stumbled across me by chance. I stood, brushing dirt from my jeans, and began walking back toward the edge of the forest. The path was faint, overgrown in places, but I followed it anyway. My steps echoed in the morning stillness, each crunch of leaves underfoot louder than it should have been. Somewhere nearby, a dog barked, sharp and urgent, breaking the quiet. Back in town, I met Jess at the cafe, the smell of brewing coffee thick in the air. She looked at me like I ghosted for days. "You look like hell. What happened?" I sat down heavily, rubbing my hands together. "I don't know. I found a video on my phone. 3 hours of me wandering through the forest, but I don't remember a thing." Her eyes narrowed. "You sure you weren't just lost? Maybe blackout from too much drink or—" "No. Nothing like that." I shook my head, feeling the dry scratch of panic creeping up again. It's like someone erased those hours from my memory on purpose. Jess frowned, stirring her coffee. "Why would anyone do that?" "I don't know yet," I admitted, "but I think it's connected to that scent I smelled, like metal, and the shadowy figure in the video. Someone was there. Watching me. Maybe even guiding me." She leaned forward, voice dropping. "You're serious? Like someone's experimenting on you?" I nodded, feeling the knot tighten in my stomach. "Exactly. And I don't think it was random. They wanted me to be in that forest, alone and vulnerable." Jess glanced around the cafe, lowering her voice even more. "Have you thought about telling the police?" I laughed bitterly. "And say what? Someone erased 3 hours of my life and filmed me without my knowledge in the woods? They'd think I was losing it." She reached over, squeezing my hand. "Okay, so what now?" I stared out the window. The forest edge looked peaceful in the morning light, but I knew better. I'm going back. I need to find any clues they left behind. If this is some kind of experiment, there has to be a pattern. Jess didn't look convinced, but she nodded. "I'll come with you." As the day dragged on, I went over the video again, frame by frame. There were small details I hadn't noticed before, an odd glint on a branch here, a patch of scorched earth there. Signs of movement, markers left intentionally. Whoever was behind this wasn't sloppy. That evening, we returned to the forest, this time with a flashlight and a notebook. The air was cooler now, heavy with the scent of moss and decaying leaves. The metallic tang lingered faintly, like a ghost beneath the earthy smell. I pointed to a spot near a cluster of ferns. "Look at this." The ground was disturbed, as if something heavy had been dragged across it. "Not natural." Jess crouched beside me, shining the light. "Could be a trap?" "Or a boundary," I said, the word feeling strange on my tongue. They wanted me inside a certain area, maybe to observe or manipulate. We moved slowly, every crack of a twig setting my nerves on edge. The flashlight beam sliced through the darkness, catching glimpses of spider webs, glistening leaves, and the occasional rustle of unseen animals. Then, suddenly, the beam caught on something reflective, half buried beneath a pile of leaves. I reached down and pulled out a small, rectangular object, a plastic card, worn and scratched, with a faded logo I couldn't recognize. I flipped it over and found a series of numbers etched into the back, almost like a code. My breath hitched. This isn't just some random card. It's some kind of ID. Jess frowned. "Maybe it belongs to the person who's been following you." I pocketed the card carefully. I need to find out who or what that logo belongs to. The forest seemed to close in around us, the shadows growing longer and darker as night fell. We hurried back to the car, the distant howl of a coyote echoing through the trees. That night, I couldn't sleep. The card sat on my desk, a cold reminder that someone had been here. Someone who'd planned this entire thing, my disappearance, the missing hours, the silent surveillance. I felt like a puppet, every string pulled by an invisible hand. And now I knew the storm was just beginning. Someone was watching. Waiting. But why me? And how far were they willing to go? Before I could answer those questions, my phone buzzed again. A message from an unknown number. "Stop looking. It's not safe." The words burned on the screen, chilling me to the bone. I stared at them long after the message disappeared. The game had changed, and I was no longer just a player. I was the target. The phone screen glowed in the dark room, the message still lingering in my mind. "Stop looking." I pressed my ear against the cold glass. Nothing. Then a soft thud, like a footstep on gravel. I swallowed hard. My hands trembled as I reached for the card with the strange logo, tracing its edges under the dim desk lamp. Whoever had sent that message knew I was digging too deep. They were watching me, maybe even closer than I imagined. Sleep was impossible. Every creak of the house made me jump, every shadow seemed alive. I kept the curtains closed tight, the blinds nearly shut. I didn't want to look outside. Not yet. Morning came too soon, pale light filtering through cracks in the curtains. The card still sat on my desk, a chilling reminder. I pulled on my jacket, pockets heavy with my phone and the card, and stepped outside. The air was cold, sharper than usual, with a trace of damp earth and something else, faint, metallic, like rusted iron. I needed answers, and the only lead was that logo. I remembered the small town library wasn't far, and they had archives on local businesses and organizations. Maybe I could find something there. I didn't want to waste time waiting for the police to take this seriously. They'd probably chalk it up to some prank or misremembered event. The streets were quiet, the usual hum of the morning replaced by an eerie stillness. I could feel eyes on me, even without seeing anyone. I kept glancing over my shoulder, but the sidewalks were empty. At the library, the musty smell of old paper and polish would welcomed me. I headed straight to the reference desk. The librarian, a woman with sharp eyes and a no-nonsense bun, looked up as I approached. "I'm trying to find information on this," I said, sliding the card across the counter. Her eyes flicked to the logo, then back to me. "Do you recognize it?" She hesitated, then nodded slowly. "It's not something we advertise. More underground." Her voice dropped to a whisper. "A few years ago, some wealthy backers set up a private research group. Nothing official. No public records. They called themselves the Meridian Project." The Meridian Project? The name sounded like something out of a conspiracy novel. "What kind of research?" "Experimental behavior studies," she said. "Mostly on volunteers, but there were rumors it wasn't always voluntary. People disappearing, then reappearing with no memory of where they'd been. Sounds familiar?" I felt the blood drain from my face. That explained the missing hours, the lost time, only it wasn't an accident or a glitch in my memory. Someone had been watching me. Testing me. "Do you know where they operated? A building or a site?" I asked, urgency creeping into my voice. She pulled out a tattered folder from under the counter, flipping through yellowed newspaper clippings. They were based just outside town, in the old industrial park. The company shut down after a scandal, something about safety violations and disappearances. The property's been abandoned for years. Abandoned. That word should have reassured me, but it didn't. It felt like a trap, a place where shadows gathered and secrets festered. I thanked her and left, heart pounding. I had a direction now. No more wandering blind. But the deeper I went, the less room there was to turn back. Back in my car, I called my best friend, Jamie. If I was going to dive into this, I needed someone on my side. Someone who wouldn't think I'd lost my mind. "Jamie, I found something," I said, voice low. "The logo belongs to a private group, the Meridian Project. They ran experiments on people, made them disappear, erased their memories. I think I was one of their subjects." There was a long pause. Then, "Are you serious?" That's insane. What are you going to do?" "I'm going to the site. I need to see for myself what they did." "Wait. That sounds dangerous. Maybe you should call the police." I laughed, bitter and hollow. "The police don't believe me. They think I'm overreacting or worse." "Okay, but promise me you'll be careful. Don't go alone." I nodded, though Jamie couldn't see me. "I won't. I need to figure this out. If they're still watching, if they want something from me, I have to know why." The sun was dipping low by the time I reached the edge of the industrial park. The air had a strange smell, stale, with hints of burnt plastic and decay. The buildings loomed like broken skeletons, windows shattered or boarded up, graffiti scrawled in faded paint. It was the kind of place where sound swallowed itself. I pulled the jacket tighter around me, stepping cautiously onto cracked pavement. Every footstep echoed unnaturally. I wanted to believe this was just an old factory district, long dead and forgotten. But the chill in my spine said otherwise. I found the building that matched the photos Jamie had pulled up for me. 2 stories, steel-framed windows, a faded sign barely legible, Meridian Laboratories. Inside was darker than I expected. The air was thick with dust and something metallic. The floor creaked underfoot, and the walls were lined with peeling paint and rusted pipes. I fumbled for my phone's flashlight, the beam cutting through the gloom. As I moved deeper, I saw signs of recent activity. Footprints in the dust, a discarded water bottle, a scrap of paper with hastily scribbled notes. Someone had been here, maybe even recently. A sudden sound, a faint shuffle, made me freeze. My breath hitched. Heart pounding, I scanned the shadows. Hello? My voice was barely a whisper, swallowed by the vast emptiness. No answer. I tried to convince myself it was a rat or the wind. But something wasn't right. The building felt alive, watching. Waiting. I found a room that looked like an office. Papers scattered across a desk, a computer still plugged in but dead. On the wall, a whiteboard with names and dates, some crossed out, others circled. My name was there multiple times. I leaned closer, tracing the lines. The dates corresponded to my missing periods, the times I'd wandered the forest without memory. They'd been recording everything, mapping me like a specimen. A sudden noise, closer this time, made me spin around. Nothing. Silence. Complete silence. I realized then I'd stepped too far. There was no going back. The Meridian Project wasn't just history. It was still active. Still watching. And now I was deeper in their game than I ever wanted to be. Outside, the sky darkened, clouds rolling in fast. I had made my choice. I couldn't stop now. The point of no return had come. The next day, the air shifted. I swallowed hard. The silence stretched too long, thick and unnatural, like the whole building was holding its breath. Then came the noise again, a distant scrape, or maybe a shuffle, something just beyond the cracked door frame. I couldn't see anyone. No shadow, no flicker. Just a steady drip of water somewhere deep inside the walls. I moved toward the door. My hands trembled, but I forced myself to touch the cold metal handle. It didn't budge. Locked. Of course. Crate, I muttered, voice cracking like dry leaves. Locked in. I stepped back, heart thudding in my ears, trying to think. The computer was dead, useless, a monument to forgotten data. The papers? Mostly scribbles, notes on experiments, some with names, others coded. But the names weren't just names. They were people. People like me, people who had vanished into the forest for hours or days, only to come back blank or worse. A cold sweat broke out on my neck. I ran my fingers through my hair. Who were they? What did they want? And why me? The noise came again. Closer. A slow, deliberate tapping, like fingernails or maybe a tool against the wall behind me. I spun around. Nothing but peeling paint and grime. The building groaned around me, settling deeper into its own dark secrets. I forced myself to breathe. One step at a time. I wasn't going to lose it here. Not now. I pressed my ear to the door, straining to catch anything. Footsteps? Voices? A whisper? Nothing but the faint hum of electricity, or maybe just my imagination. Then a voice. Soft. Almost a sigh. Don't be afraid. I jumped back, knocking over a chair. My breath caught in my throat. Who's there? I called, trying to sound stronger than I felt. Just someone trying to help, the voice said, calm, patient. You're safe. Safe? That word felt like a lie. Why am I here? What do you want from me? A pause. Answers. Like you. I swallowed hard. Why the recordings? The missing time? Experiments, the voice admitted. Not accidents. carefully controlled. But not everything went as planned. I wanted to scream, to demand more, to tear this place apart with my bare hands. But I stayed quiet, waiting. Some subjects didn't respond. Others disappeared. Like you. The voice was quiet now, almost regretful. I'm sorry. The door rattled. Locked. I looked around for anything to pry it open, but the desk was bolted down, the windows too high and barred. I was trapped. Why me? I whispered. Because you're different. You survived. The words hit me like a punch to the gut. Different how? Survived what? Come out, I said, voice trembling. Show yourself. Silence. Then, a faint click. The door unlocked. I didn't hesitate. I pushed it open, the hinges whining like a warning. The hallway beyond was dim, flickering fluorescent lights casting long shadows that danced on cracked walls. The smell changed, less damp, more sterile. Like a hospital. Like a lab. I stepped out, every nerve screaming. Footsteps echoed somewhere down the corridor. Not mine. I followed, careful, trying not to make a sound. The hallway twisted and turned, leading me deeper into the belly of the building. Doors lined the walls, some ajar, others sealed tight. Behind one, I heard muffled voices, low and urgent, but I couldn't make out the words. A sudden metallic clang made me freeze. Heart hammering, I pressed against the wall, breath shallow. The voices stopped. A figure appeared at the end of the hall, a man, tall, lean, his face shadowed by a hood. No tool. No menace in his stance, but something colder than ice in his eyes. You shouldn't be here, he said quietly. Neither should you, I shot back, voice steadier than I expected. He stepped closer, hands raised, not threatening, but deliberate, like a teacher calming a class. You're in danger. They don't want you knowing the truth. Then tell me, I said. Why erase my memory? Why make me wander the forest like a ghost? He hesitated. Because some things are too dangerous to remember. To know. I shook my head, frustration burning hot in my chest. I don't want your riddles. I want answers. And I want out. He studied me, eyes flickering with something unreadable. Out? You think you can just leave? They won't let you walk away. The word they felt like a noose tightening around my throat. I thought of the whiteboard, the names, the crossed out dates. Of the missing hours, the erased memories. Of the forest, endless and suffocating. Why did you help me unlock the door if I can't leave? I demanded. Because you need to understand first, he said. Before you run. Before you disappear again. I wanted to ask how he knew I'd disappear again. To scream that I wasn't a lab rat, not some subject to be tested and discarded. But the words stuck in my throat. A sudden noise, a door slamming somewhere down the hall, made us both snap our heads toward the sound. Footsteps quickened, echoing through the corridor. They're coming, he said. Who? I asked, already moving toward a nearby stairwell. Security. Or whatever's left of it. I glanced back. The man hesitated, then followed. The stairwell was cold concrete, the air thick with dust and the faint smell of rust. We climbed, 2 steps at a time, the sound of pursuit growing louder. The building moaned around us, a living beast eager to swallow us whole. At the top, a narrow window offered a sliver of the dark forest beyond. Rain had started, tiny droplets tapping against the glass like Morse code from the night. "We need to get outside," I said, voice urgent. "Before they find us." He nodded, pulling a small flashlight from his pocket. Its beam was weak, but enough to cut through the gloom. We moved quickly, silently, until we reached a door marked "Emergency Exit." It was locked, but he produced a key card, faded and scratched, and swiped it. The lock clicked open. Fresh air hit me like a wave as we stepped outside, the rain soaking through my clothes immediately. The forest loomed, dark and endless, but at least it was freedom. For a moment, I thought I was safe. Then I realized the man wasn't looking at the trees. He was staring past me, eyes sharp and searching. "Something's out there," he said, voice low. "Not just them. Not just the project." I turned, heart pounding. The forest seemed alive, but not with animals. With something else. Something waiting. A branch snapped. We froze. Then, from the shadows, a figure emerged. Closer than I expected. Closer than I wanted. And whatever this was, it was watching me with the same cold calculation I'd seen in the building. The game wasn't over. Not by a long shot. The figure didn't move closer. "Who are you?" the man said, voice steady but low. The figure didn't answer. Instead, a slow, deliberate movement, just a tilt of the head. Like a predator testing its prey. My skin prickled. The forest around us seemed to lean in, listening. I swallowed hard and took a small step back, bumping into the man. He didn't flinch. Instead, his eyes locked on the shadowy form, calculating. Minutes passed like this. Then, "Walk away," the man said quietly, voice almost a whisper. "Now!" The figure hesitated, then turned. The sound of footsteps was muffled by the wet leaves, fading into the darkness. When the silence settled again, it felt heavier, oppressive. I exhaled, a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. Rain soaked through my clothes, cold and unrelenting, but I barely noticed. The man looked at me, eyes sharp with something I couldn't name. Relief? Warning? Both, maybe. "We're not safe out here," he said. "Not yet." He pulled the keycard from his pocket, glanced at it, then back at the door. I nodded, and we slipped inside. The stale air of the building hit me like a wall, thick with dust and something metallic. I closed the door behind us, the lock clicking shut. We found a small room, bare walls, flickering fluorescent light overhead. The hum was steady but thin, like the building itself was tired. The man leaned against the wall, breathing uneven. I sank to the floor, my legs numb. "Who was that?" I asked, voice rough. He hesitated. "Someone else involved. Not part of the official project, but connected. They've been watching. Studying me." His nod was slow, deliberate. "They want to understand how you respond. How you break down. It's all calculated." I thought about the video on my phone, those hours wandering the forest, my mind a blank canvas someone else had painted on. The missing time wasn't an accident. It was a carefully controlled experiment, a manipulation beyond anything I'd imagined. "Why me?" I said. "Why pick me for this?" He shrugged, but the gesture wasn't casual. "Because you're smart. Curious. You don't give up. They need subjects who can push their limits without breaking immediately." I shivered, not from cold. The rain pattered against the window, a steady rhythm that matched my racing thoughts. If this was a game, I was trapped in a maze with no exit. "But now you know," he said. "That changes everything." I wanted to believe him. I needed to. We spent the next hour piecing together what little information he had. Names, locations, snippets of conversations intercepted. The network was vast, shadowy, operating beneath the surface of normal life. People disappeared, reappeared with blank eyes, memories erased or rewritten. I rubbed my arms, trying to warm up. The air was thick with the smell of damp concrete and stale air, the kind that clings to your lungs and never quite leaves. Outside, the storm continued, rolling thunder muting the city's distant hum. The man looked at me, his expression softer now. You're not alone in this. There are others who've escaped, who want to fight back. The thought was a fragile thread of hope. I clung to it. Later, when the rain began to ease, I stepped outside again. The forest was quieter, shadows less menacing in the dim light of dawn. I traced my fingers over the wet bark of a tree, rough and cool. The earth beneath my feet was soft and forgiving. But the forest held its secrets still. I realized the true horror wasn't just being taken, or erased, or watched. It was knowing that someone out there had decided my mind was theirs to control, like a puzzle to solve, a machine to tweak. And I wasn't sure if I could ever fully reclaim what was lost. Back in my apartment, I stared at the video again. The image of myself wandering, eyes glassy, lips parted as if listening to a voice only I could hear. The camera had recorded everything, but it had missed the deeper story, the invisible hands that guided me, the cold precision behind every step. I closed the phone and set it on the table. The screen went dark, but the questions didn't fade. Sleep came slowly that night, tangled with fragments of memory and the constant echo of footsteps in the dark. In the days that followed, I began to notice small changes. Shadows that lingered just a little too long, voices on the phone that cut off when I answered, the unsettling feeling that someone was always just out of sight. I told myself it was paranoia. Maybe it was. But the key was this: I wouldn't disappear. I wouldn't be erased again. The man's words echoed in my mind. That changes everything. I wasn't just a subject anymore. I was a survivor. And survivors don't stay silent. I reached out to the others he mentioned, people scattered across the city, each with their own scars and stories. Together, we began to map the shadows, to unravel the threads of the experiment that had stolen our time and memories. It was slow, frustrating, terrifying, but it was real. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the cracked pavement, I stood with the group in an abandoned warehouse. The air smelled of dust and rust, the silence broken only by whispered plans and the scrape of shoes on concrete. A woman with sharp eyes met mine. "You're stronger than you know," she said. "They thought they could break you. But here you are." I nodded, feeling the weight of everything: loss, fear, anger, settle into a strange kind of resolve. We weren't invisible anymore. Not to each other, and not to them. The forest, the building, the missing hours, they were just the beginning. And I was ready for whatever came next. Story 5, Endless Corridor, the shifting hotel room. I arrived late, just after the city had settled into its usual foggy silence. The lobby smelled of damp carpet and something faintly medicinal, like a forgotten cough syrup bottle left open too long. There was a faint hum from the elevator, a low mechanical groan that filled the dim space between the potted plants covered in dust. A woman behind the front desk looked up as I stepped in. She was in her 50s, with a tight bun and a name tag that read Margot. Her eyes were sharp but tired, the kind of gaze that seems to weigh you without saying a word. "Checking in?" she asked, voice low but clear. "Yeah," I said, setting my bag down. "Single room for a few nights." She slid a plastic card across the counter. "Room 312. 3rd floor. Elevator's just down the hall to your left." The card felt heavier in my hand than I expected. I looked around, trying to place the elevator beyond the shadows, but it was oddly quiet, no background chatter, no clinking cups or distant footsteps. Just the faint, persistent hum of the building settling in. The third floor was colder, the air, cold and heavy with silence drier. I stepped off the elevator and immediately noticed how the hallway stretched longer than it should have, like it was breathing, expanding just a little as I moved forward. The walls were painted a dull beige, but the color was uneven, peeling at the corners, revealing patches of plaster rough to the touch. Room 312 was at the very end. The door was an uninspiring slab of worn wood, the paint chipped near the handle. I hesitated before sliding the key card, half expecting something to be off. The lock clicked open without complaint. Inside, the room smelled faintly of bleach and old smoke. The carpet was threadbare, and the wallpaper had a faint floral pattern that looked dated, but not unpleasant. I dropped my bag on the chair and flicked on the bedside lamp. Its yellowish light flickered for a moment before settling into a steady glow. I unpacked slowly, trying to shake off the road fatigue. Outside the window, the city's skyline was a blur of orange and gray, the occasional red light blinking on top of distant towers. I opened the window just a crack, letting in the cool night air mixed with the faint scent of rain and something metallic, maybe the river nearby. The bed was lumpy but manageable. I sank into it, the springs creaking under my weight. The silence was complete but not quite peaceful. It felt like the room was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. I looked around, half expecting to see a person lurking in the shadows, but there was nothing. Later, I went to the bathroom to brush my teeth. The faucet's water was lukewarm, the tile cracked in one corner near the baseboard. I caught my reflection in the mirror, pale, tired. The fluorescent light above buzzed faintly but steadied after a few seconds. I wondered if I was just too teed up from the trip or if the hotel was playing tricks on me. Back in bed, I tried to focus on the book I'd brought along, but the words blurred. The wallpaper seemed to ripple in the flickering light of the lamp, and I imagined the door shifting slightly, the handle turning just out of reach. Maybe I was too tired. Sleep didn't come easily. The distant sound of a dog barking echoed intermittently, somewhere beyond the walls. Clocks ticked in a rhythm that didn't quite match the seconds passing. I felt the faint vibration of the building settling beneath me, like deep breaths or a muffled heartbeat. At some point, I must have drifted off because when I woke, it was early morning. The room was darker than I expected, the curtains still drawn, but the door was slightly ajar. I was certain I'd closed it the night before. A chill ran down my spine, sharper than the morning air. I closed the door firmly, locking it if I could. The key card didn't work again, no matter how many times I swiped it. That's when I noticed the hallway outside looked different. The exit sign was on the opposite side from where I remembered it last night. The wall seemed to have shifted, the carpet pattern changed subtly, and the elevator was nowhere to be found. I stood frozen, the silence pressing in again. Was I imagining it? The way the door's hinges creaked, the faint scrape of something moving beyond the walls, it all felt wrong. I pressed my ear to the door. Nothing but the low hum of the building. I tried calling down to the front desk. No answer. My phone had no signal. The air suddenly felt thick, like I was underwater, and my hands trembled as I realized the door didn't line up with the hallway outside the way it should. It was as if the room existed in a space detached from the rest of the hotel. I sat down heavily on the bed, heart pounding in a dull rhythm. I told myself this was some kind of mistake, a maintenance error or a prank. But the longer I stared at the door, the more I felt the walls closing in. Outside, the dog barked again, closer this time, but still distant. Silence. Complete silence. I didn't know what to think. The room was the same but not the same. The hotel was the same but not the same. And me? I wasn't sure if I was still a guest or something trapped. I pressed my forehead against the cool wood of the door and whispered to no one, "What's going on here?" I sat on the edge of the bed until my legs went numb, the dull hum of the hotel pressing in around me like a weight. Nothing answered. The silence stretched long, broken only by that distant dog barking, closer now, but still out of reach. I swallowed hard, tasting the stale hotel air mixed with something faintly metallic. It wasn't the smell of cleaning products or old carpet, it was wrong. Like the scent of a place that had been locked up for too long. I needed to know if the door was really out of place or if I was losing my mind. So I stood, fingers tracing the frame. The hallway beyond should have been right there, but when I eased the door open, I found only a narrow, dim corridor that didn't match any floor plan I'd seen. The faded wallpaper was peeling in strips, revealing cracked plaster underneath. The air smelled musty, colder than the room. I stepped out, the carpet soft beneath my feet but worn thin at the edges. The corridor stretched to my left and right, but the angles were off. I turned left, hoping to find the lobby or at least the stairwell. Instead, the hallway bent sharply, then split again, twisting in ways that didn't make sense. The walls seemed to lean closer, narrowing the path. I paused, my breath shallow, and ran a hand along the textured wallpaper. The pattern was a faded floral, but there were smudges, something sticky and dark. My skin prickled. I took a deep breath. Okay, I muttered. Just a weird layout. Maybe a renovation gone wrong. But even as I said it, I doubted the words. The hotel had been old, sure, but nothing about this was normal. I tried to retrace my steps back to the door, but the corridor shifted. The spot where my room's door had been was now occupied by a blank wall. I spun around, heart hammering. The hallway behind me stretched on, but no sign of my room. I pressed my palm flat against the wall, its rough plaster cool and unyielding. I could hear the faint hum of the air conditioning somewhere above, steady but distant. Panic rose in my chest. I pulled out my phone, hoping for a signal. Nothing. Dead silence except for the buzz of the building's innards. I tried calling the front desk again. No answer. I stared at the screen, willing it to work. The battery icon blinked low. I forced myself to calm down. There had to be a logical explanation. I started walking, mapping the corridors in my mind. Left, right, straight. I tried to note every detail, a cracked light fixture buzzing overhead, the scuffed baseboards, a faded sign for a service elevator that couldn't possibly be this far from a stairwell. After what felt like an hour, though I had no idea, I found a door marked exit. Relief surged through me as I pushed it open, but instead of the street, I stepped into a narrow stairwell that spiraled downward into darkness. The concrete steps were chipped, the metal railing cold and sticky beneath my fingers. I hesitated. The smell here was worse, damp and sour, like mold mixed with old sweat. I didn't want to go down, but I didn't want to stay lost either. I started descending, each footstep echoing in the tight space. At the bottom, the door opened onto a dimly lit basement corridor filled with pipes and exposed wiring. I shivered, the chill creeping up my spine. Something moved ahead, just out of the corner of my eye, a shadow. A trick of the light. I stopped. The silence was thick, oppressive. I listened hard and caught it, a soft rustle, like fabric brushing against concrete. Hello? My voice sounded small, swallowed by the vast emptiness. No answer. I took a cautious step forward, then another. The corridor ended abruptly at a dead end, but a door was set into the wall. It was plain, unmarked, with a small, dirty window. Through the glass, I saw a flicker of movement, a pair of eyes. I blinked. It was gone. I tried the handle. Locked. The cool metal was slick with grime. My fingers trembled as I pressed my ear to the door. Nothing but silence. I backed away and heard footsteps, a slow, deliberate shuffle from the far end of the basement. My heart skipped. I wasn't alone down here. I called out again, quieter this time. Is someone there? I'm lost. I need help. No reply, but the footsteps stopped. Total quiet. I felt a heavy weight settle in my chest. I turned back toward the stairs, desperate to climb out of this maze. But the door at the top, the one I'd come through, was gone, replaced by another blank wall. The basement corridor stretched farther than before, twisting into darkness. The air was thick and stale, and a faint buzzing hum filled the space, coming from the pipes, or maybe something else. I swallowed, trying to steady my breath. Okay, I said aloud, this is not happening. Suddenly, a voice whispered, soft, almost inaudible, coming from the darkness ahead. Why are you here? My skin prickled. I squinted into the black. Who's there? I called. Please. I don't want any trouble. No answer. Just that low hum and the faint scent of something burning, plastic, lingering in the air. I took a shaky step forward. Another whisper, closer now, barely a breath. You shouldn't have come. I froze. The voice was human, but strained, like someone trying not to be heard, or maybe trying not to scare me. I backed up, heart pounding so loud I thought it might burst. The walls seemed to close in again, the shadows thickening. I wanted to scream, to bang on the walls, to wake someone in the hotel, but I had no idea if anyone else was even here. I turned and ran, blindly following the corridor, my hand scraping against the cold wall for balance. Behind me, the voice followed, faint and mocking, weaving through the darkness. I rounded a corner and collided with something solid. A man. Pale, thin, wearing a stained uniform. His eyes were wild, darting around like he was seeing things I couldn't. He opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out. I stumbled back. Who are you? What is this place? He pointed behind me, then gestured frantically at the ceiling, then back at me. His breath was ragged, smelling of sweat and something sour. I realized he was trying to warn me. Suddenly, a door slammed somewhere far away. The sound echoed through the corridors like a gunshot. The man's eyes widened. He grabbed my arm, trembling. Get out, he hissed. Before they come back. Who? Who's coming? He shook his head, pulling me toward a side passage. No time. You don't understand. You don't belong here. His grip tightened, and for a moment I felt the raw edge of desperation in him. Like he'd been trapped here too long. I wanted to ask more, but the building groaned, pipes rattling, walls shifting, and I realized the layout was changing again. The corridor behind us twisted, the exit swallowed by a wall that hadn't been there moments before. We moved quickly, the man leading me through a maze of narrow hallways that seemed to pulse with life, closing in and opening up like a breathing thing. The air grew warmer, damp with something sour and sharp. After what felt like hours but must have been minutes, we reached a door marked service exit. I grasped the handle, it was unlocked. The man nodded, his wild eyes fixed on the hallway behind us. Go, he said. Don't look back. I hesitated, then pushed the door. It opened onto a fire escape, the night air cold and sharp in my lungs. I stepped out and looked back once. The hotel windows glowed faintly, but the building felt distant, alien. The man stayed in the stairwell, watching me go. I didn't know his name or why he was there. But I knew one thing. The man's grip dragged me faster than I expected, his knuckles white against my forearm. His breath hitched, ragged and desperate, while the dim hallway lights flickered overhead, casting uneven shadows that seemed to pulse like they had a life of their own. The stale scent of mildew and something metallic clung to the air, cold and heavy with silence, thick and choking. I stumbled to keep up, every muscle tense, and the echo of that distant door slam still reverberated through the walls like a warning. "Who are you?" I hissed, trying to keep my voice steady. "What's happening here?" He didn't answer. Instead, he jerked sharply into a narrow corridor I hadn't noticed before, the plaster on the walls rough to the touch, flakes crumbling under my fingertips as I brushed past. The floor beneath us creaked like it was about to give way. I caught a faint whiff of burnt coffee, oddly out of place, like someone had left a cup too long and forgotten it. "This way," he whispered, voice low and urgent. "You don't belong here." "Nobody does." I wanted to ask what that meant. I wanted to demand answers. But the way he looked, eyes darting, lips pressed tight, warned me against pushing too hard. Instead, I followed, heart hammering like a trapped bird. We stopped at a door that seemed less worn than the rest, its wood smoother, the paint freshly chipped. He fumbled with an old brass key, shaking so much the metal clattered against the frame. Finally, it turned, and the door creaked open to reveal a cramped room, barely bigger than a closet. Dim light spilled inside from a bare bulb swinging overhead. "Hide," he breathed. "They watch everything. Cameras, microphones. The staff. Not what they seem." I blinked, the weight of his words sinking in. Surveillance. Not just the usual hotel security. Something more invasive. My skin prickled, the hairs on my neck rising as a cold draft whispered through the cracks around the door. Outside, footsteps approached, slow, deliberate. A voice murmured, indistinct but carrying that same mocking edge from before. The man pressed himself against the wall, eyes wild, and I squeezed into the corner, barely daring to breathe. The door handle rattled. Then silence. Minutes dragged by, each second a shard of ice stabbing at my nerves. The smell of stale smoke crept in from somewhere beyond the walls. I wanted to say something, to break the suffocating quiet, but my throat was dry, my voice gone. Finally, the footsteps receded. The man let out a shaky breath and turned toward me, face pale and gaunt. "They're not just watching," he said, voice barely above a whisper. "They're controlling the layout. It's designed to break you down." I swallowed hard, the room suddenly too small, the air too thick. "Break me down? How?" He shook his head. "Shifting walls, doors that lead nowhere, corridors that loop back on themselves. They want you lost in the building, in your mind. So you stop trying." I rubbed my arms, the cold settling deep in my bones. "And the others? The guests? Gone. Or worse." His eyes flicked toward the door. "You won't find them. No one's coming to help." A slow, creeping dread settled over me. This wasn't just a hotel with quirky architecture. It was a trap, meticulously crafted to isolate, confuse, and erode anyone who stepped inside. I glanced at the door we'd come through, the same door I would have to leave by, if it still existed. "Why are you still here?" I asked, voice shaking. "Why didn't you leave?" His laugh was bitter, hollow. "You think I have a choice? After the first night, the hotel, it owns you. The staff, those smiles, they aren't real. They watch for signs of resistance. If you try to escape, they move the walls faster. The corridors twist tighter. You get trapped deeper. I swallowed, my pulse quickening. My mind reeled, trying to make sense of it all. The shifting rooms, the locked doors that weren't there the night before, the mocking voice that followed me through the halls. It wasn't madness. It was deliberate. And the voices? I asked, voice low. The ones I keep hearing? He grimaced. Psychological warfare. Isolation plays tricks on your mind. You start hearing things, seeing shadows. But it's all part of the design. To make you doubt yourself. To make you give up. I pressed my back against the wall, the rough plaster grinding into my skin. There has to be a way out. He shook his head again, eyes haunted. That's what they want you to believe. But once you realize the truth, once you accept you're trapped, the real work begins. What real work? I whispered, dread curling in my gut. He looked away, voice fading. Surviving the hotel. Surviving yourself. The silence stretched, thick and suffocating. Then, out of nowhere, the door slammed shut with a finality that made me jump. The key turned in the lock, muffled but unmistakable. We were sealed in. I'm sorry, he said, voice cracking. There's no turning back now. I stared at the locked door, my chest tightening. The layout outside might have changed again by the time I tried to leave, the corridors twisting like a maze I couldn't solve. The hotel's walls weren't just enclosing me, they were reshaping me, piece by piece. Suddenly, the faint hum of fluorescent lights flickered and died, plunging the room into darkness. The only sound was the ragged breathing between us, and the slow, deliberate footsteps pacing just beyond the door. I wanted to move, to run, to scream. But all I could do was wait. Because whatever this place was, it had claimed me. And now, I was part of its labyrinth, lost, isolated, and invisible to the world outside. The night air was thick with an uneasy calm as I stepped through the doorway, the house seeming to exhale a quiet warning. The man's grip on my arm was the last thing I felt before the darkness swallowed us whole. The darkness pressed in so thick I could barely make out the shape of the door, yet I was certain I wasn't alone. The silence, heavy, suffocating, was shattered only by those footsteps outside, slow and measured, like a predator marking its territory. My breath hitched and caught in my throat, each inhale a rasp that felt too loud in the void. The key turned. Locked. Sealed. No chance of escape. I'm sorry, the voice had said. And somehow, those two words carried a weight heavier than any threat. No turning back. The phrase looped in my head, sinking deeper with every second the lock clicked shut. Minutes passed, or was it hours? Time had lost all meaning in this shifting maze. The hum of the fluorescent lights had died, leaving only the smell of stale air, damp plaster, and something faintly metallic, like old pennies or rusted coins. My fingers brushed the rough wallpaper, peeling at the edges, and I imagined it was the skin of this place, alive, breathing, watching. I wasn't sure when the footsteps stopped. Maybe they never had. Maybe they circled the hallway outside forever, waiting, watching. I pressed my ear to the door, willing to catch some clue, an errant breath, a faint shuffle, but all I heard was the slow drip of water somewhere down the hall. The hotel was leaking around me, and I was drowning inside its walls. I sat down on the edge of the bed, the mattress sagging like a tired sigh beneath me. My hands trembled. I traced the cracked paint on the window frame, cold and brittle to the touch. The night outside was still, the city's distant hum muffled by thick glass. I swallowed hard. The taste of copper filled my mouth. I tried to steady my thoughts, but they tumbled like loose stones. How had I gotten here? How had this place gone from a stopover to a prison? I remember the man's face, the pale flicker of regret in his eyes, like he'd been forced into this role. Forced to lock me in. But who was he? And why didn't anyone else notice? The front desk staff, the other guests, did they even exist? Or was it all a carefully constructed illusion? My phone lay on the nightstand, screen cracked and useless. No signal. No help. Only the cold, unyielding walls around me. I stood and paced, running my palm along the doorframe, searching for a weakness. The doorknob was smooth and unyielding. No keyhole on this side. The hinges didn't creak. I yanked at the handle, once, twice. Nothing. Then, a sound caught my attention, a faint tapping, rhythmic, deliberate. Not from inside the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay. From the hallway. Someone or something was out there, moving along the walls like a shadow. I pressed my ear against the door again. "Hello?" I called, voice barely a whisper. "Is someone there?" Silence. I stepped back, heart hammering. The tapping stopped. A cold draft whispered beneath the door. I crouched and peered through the narrow gap. The hallway was empty, swallowed by darkness, but the faintest glow flickered at the far end. A dull orange light, like a dying ember. Curiosity warred with fear. I moved closer, hand on the door, ready to push it open, but the lock held firm. I turned, scanning the room. The layout was unfamiliar. The bed wasn't where I remembered. The dresser seemed shifted, angled oddly against the wall. The bathroom door, which I was sure had been on my left, was now to the right, slightly ajar. A sliver of light spilled out. I approached cautiously, the floorboards creaking beneath my feet. The air smelled sharper here, cleaner, like bleach mixed with something faintly antiseptic. Inside, the bathroom was empty, but the mirror was fogged, streaked with condensation. I wiped a finger along the glass and stopped. Words had been scrawled in the mist. "Find me." A shiver ran down my spine. Was someone else trapped here? Someone left a message? Or was my mind slipping, weaving hallucinations from desperation? I backed out, heart pounding louder, and the door slammed shut behind me. My breath caught, the impact reverberating through the walls. I spun around, fists clenched. "Stop it," I whispered to the room, to the hotel, to whatever force held me captive. Silence. Complete silence. The orange glow outside faded, replaced by a faint blue flicker. The room seemed to pulse with a life of its own, the walls breathing in slow, deliberate rhythm. I sank to the floor, back against the door, and tried to breathe evenly. Questions burned in my mind. Why the shifting layout? Why lock me in and then leave these cryptic signs? Was the man outside part of a twisted game or some cruel experiment? Then, a sound I hadn't heard before, whispering. Low, urgent. Coming from the vents above, curling through the ducts like smoke. I strained to catch the words, but they dissolved before I could grasp their meaning. I covered my ears, but the whispers grew louder, pressing inside my skull, filling every silent corner. I needed to get out. To see beyond these four walls. To find the corridor, the exit, any sign of normalcy. I stood and approached the window. The glass was thick, frosted, obscuring the street below, but I caught a glimpse of a figure standing far off in the night. Motionless. Watching. I blinked. They vanished. I stumbled back, breath quickening. The hotel had me in its grip, tangled in a web I couldn't see but felt tightening. Suddenly, the door rattled. Not a slam, but a sharp knock 3 times. Then a pause. A single knock. Then 3 again. I hesitated, then called out, "Who's there?" No answer. Only the echo of my voice, swallowed by the silence. I pressed my ear back to the door. The knocks came again, deliberate, rhythmic. A code? A message? I sank to the floor, head in my hands. The walls seemed to close in, the air thick with the weight of unseen eyes. I tried to remember the man's face, the regret, but also the fear. He wasn't the enemy. Or maybe he was. Maybe no one here was. Outside, the hallway shifted again. I could feel it. The hotel was alive, changing, reshaping itself to keep me trapped. To wear me down. To erase me. And I wasn't sure how much longer I could hold on. Then a voice, barely audible, whispered through the door. "Don't trust the walls." The breath caught in my throat. Was it a warning? A taunt? Or madness speaking from within? I pressed my ear harder against the wood but heard nothing more. The key turned again. The lock clicked. The door creaked open just a crack. I woke up before dawn, the air in the room feeling colder than it had the night before. The thin curtains fluttered softly against the window frame, and the faint scent of mildew mixed with something metallic hung in the air. I rubbed my temples, trying to shake off the fog of restless sleep. The ceiling fan above hummed unevenly, its blades catching the weak light in a rhythm that seemed off, like a stuttering pulse. For a moment, I wondered if I was still dreaming, but the rough plaster wall against my skin and the dull ache in my jaw told me I was wide awake. I couldn't remember the last time I had slept soundly. The hotel had become a maze, shifting and twisting with every nightfall. Doors that led to nowhere, corners that bent impossibly, hallways that looped back on themselves. I tried to map it out, scribbling notes and sketches in a small notebook I kept tucked under my pillow, but the layout changed faster than I could track. It wasn't supernatural, it couldn't be, but it was designed to break me down. To isolate me until the walls themselves felt like they were pressing in. I sat up, the old mattress creaking beneath me. My hands trembled as I reached for the door handle. It was cold, slick with some residue I couldn't identify. I pulled the door open just enough to peek into the corridor. The hall stretched out before me, but it wasn't the same one I'd seen before bedtime. The exit sign flickered, casting a sickly green light on the cracked linoleum floor. I stepped out, trying to steady my breathing. The silence was absolute. No voices, no footsteps, no distant hum of traffic. Just the faint, mechanical drip of water somewhere behind the walls. I moved forward, counting steps, trying to find a pattern. But the corridor bent unexpectedly, narrowing into a tight passage lined with peeling wallpaper and exposed wiring. The smell of damp concrete and rust filled my nostrils, sharp and unyielding. After what felt like hours, I found myself back at the door of my room. But it wasn't the same door. The number on the plaque was different, worn away almost entirely. I pressed my ear to the wood, listening for any sounds inside. Nothing. I tried the handle. Locked. My hands ached, but I twisted harder. No give. A sudden wave of panic hit me, cold and hollow. I leaned back against the wall, my breath ragged. How long had I been wandering? Days? Weeks? Time had lost meaning here. The hotel was a cage, and I was its only occupant. I didn't know who was behind it or why, but the thought of someone watching me, shifting the rooms and hallways to keep me trapped, was unbearable. I remembered the receptionist's smile on check-in, too bright, too rehearsed. The way she glanced at the surveillance monitors behind the desk, the way her eyes didn't quite meet mine. I had asked for help once, voice barely above a whisper, but she just nodded and said, "Enjoy your stay." Like it was a joke. I exhaled slowly, the air tasting stale and bitter. I needed a plan. Not just wandering, not just waiting. I had to find a way out. But how do you escape a building that refuses to stay the same? My eyes caught a faint glow beneath a door further down the hall. It was the only light I'd seen in hours. I walked toward it cautiously, the floor creaking under my sneakers. The door was cracked open, just enough to slip through. Inside was a small office, cluttered with papers and half-empty coffee cups. A wall of monitors flickered silently, displaying grainy footage of hallways, some familiar, some not. I scanned the screens. There I was, wandering the halls. Alone. But on one screen, I noticed a shadow flicker behind me, moving just out of the camera's view. My skin prickled. Someone else was here. Someone was controlling this. A sudden noise made me spin around. The door slammed shut behind me. My heart jumped, pounding so hard I thought it might burst through my ribs. I pressed my back against the door, my breath coming in short gasps. The room was small, claustrophobic. The monitors cast eerie blue light, and the stale coffee smell made me want to gag. I looked for another exit. None. The windows were barred and filthy. No way out. I was trapped. Then I heard it, a voice. Low, calm, almost mocking. You're finally awake. I froze. The voice came from the shadows behind the desk, where a figure leaned forward, face half hidden in the dim light. I couldn't make out details, but the presence was unmistakable. The person stepped forward, hands clasped calmly. Why are you doing this? I managed, voice dry and brittle. The figure smiled. You don't understand. This place, it's a test. A way to find out who's truly alone in this world. I swallowed hard. You're hurting me. Trapping me here. No, the voice said softly. I'm freeing you. I laughed, bitter and hollow. By locking me inside a shifting maze? By watching me break? Sometimes, the figure said, people need to lose themselves before they can find out who they really are. I wanted to scream, to run, to tear the place apart. But I was too exhausted. Too worn down. The walls felt like they were closing in. My hands shook uncontrollably. The figure moved closer, reaching out. I flinched but didn't step back. Tomorrow, you'll leave, they said. Stronger. Different. I stared at them, disbelief and hope fighting inside me. Why should I believe you? Because I've been where you are. Because this place saved me. It was impossible to know if they were telling the truth. But for the first time since I'd arrived, I felt a flicker of something other than fear. The figure turned toward the monitors again. You'll see the way out when you're ready. Not before. I nodded, though a knot of dread tightened in my stomach. That night, I sat on the edge of the bed, the room quiet except for the faint hum of the fan. The labyrinth hadn't shifted while I was in the office. Maybe it wouldn't now. I thought about everything, the endless corridors, the false doors, the shadows that danced just beyond my vision. About the person who had trapped me here and the strange promise they'd made. Sleep came slowly, and when it did, it was shallow and restless. But I woke with a purpose, the puzzle pieces in my mind clicking into place. I left the room, following a path I'd never taken before. The hallways were quieter, the air less oppressive. The door numbers seemed to line up, the walls more stable. At the end of the corridor, the exit sign glowed steadily. The door was unlocked. I hesitated, hand on the handle. Then I pushed it open. Sunlight hit my face, warm and blinding. Story 6, Parallel Passenger, a ride through shifting time. The rain had been steady all night, the kind that seeps into your bones and makes the air feel thick with something you can't quite name. I'd been doing this carpool thing for 2 months now. Every weekday, I picked up a handful of people on my way downtown. Coworkers, neighbors, a few I barely knew but recognized from the building's lobby. Nothing remarkable, except for the strangers. That morning, like most, I waited at the corner of 8th and Maple, my usual start point. A woman stood under the weak shelter of the bus stop sign, her umbrella dripping in a slow, irregular rhythm. She was tall, maybe in her 30s, with a sharp jawline and eyes too bright for the weather. When I rolled down the window, she didn't say hello. Instead, she asked if I was heading toward the city center. Yeah, I said, unlocking the back door. You need a ride? She hesitated, glancing sideways like she wasn't sure I was real. Then she nodded. Her voice was calm but carried a strange weight. I'm from Crescent City, she said as she slid inside, shaking raindrops onto the floor mat. I blinked. Crescent City? Parallel to here, she explained, eyes fixed on the dashboard. Not far, just different. I forced a laugh. Right. Parallel City. Okay. I looked at her in the rearview mirror, trying to read her expression. She didn't smile, didn't flinch. Just sat quietly, hands folded in her lap. The others joined us in the next few minutes. A man I knew from the coffee shop, a teenager with headphones, and then a middle-aged woman who lived a few blocks down. None of them seemed to notice the newcomer's strange claim. Maybe they thought it was a joke. Maybe they just didn't care. As we drove, the woman who said she was from Crescent City began to share details. The streets there were lined with buildings of a different architecture, she said. People used different words, followed unfamiliar customs. She described parks that glowed faintly at night, cafes where the air smelled like cinnamon and something metallic. Her stories were vivid, unsettling, and oddly specific. I tried to focus on the road, the familiar turns, the dull hum of the engine. But I caught myself wondering if any of it was true. Was she simply a storyteller spinning tales to pass the time? Or was something else at play? The line between fiction and reality felt thinner with every mile. Halfway through the ride, I noticed the dashboard clock flicker. It jumped from 6:23 to 6:17 and then settled back to 6:24. I frowned, tapping the glass. The rain had slowed to a drizzle now, but the street outside seemed quieter. Too quiet. Did you see that? I asked, glancing at the woman. She smiled briefly, a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Time doesn't always flow the same way, she said softly. I shook my head, telling myself it was a glitch or fatigue. But the thought lingered, a thin thread pulling at the edges of my mind. When we reached the office building, the usual chatter was missing. The teenagers and the coffee shop guy got out without a word, disappearing into the morning crowd. The woman from down the street waved goodbye, her face pale. Only the stranger stayed behind. Tomorrow, she said, voice low, I'll tell you about the river that runs backward. I unlocked the door for her, but she didn't move. You'll forget, though, she added. That's the cost. I frowned, confusion mixing with a sudden unease. What did she mean? Forget what? Who I was. She vanished into the lobby before I could ask. I sat in the driver's seat a moment longer, the engine ticking as it cooled. The smell of damp leather and coffee filled the car. Outside, the city breathed its usual early morning sigh, but something felt off, like the ground beneath had shifted just enough to make me stumble. I tried to shake the feeling, started the engine, and pulled away. But the woman's words echoed faintly, a whisper tangled with the rain, you'll forget. That's the cost. And for the first time in months, I wasn't sure where I was going. The streets blurred past, muted beneath the steady drumming of rain against the windshield. I kept my hands tight on the wheel, eyes flickering between traffic lights and the shadows that seemed to gather in the corners of the city like old secrets. The woman's voice, the warning, or maybe a curse, lingered, twisting in my mind. Forgetting wasn't just a loss, it was a fracture. Something inside me was already beginning to fade, slipping through the cracks without my consent. I pulled into a narrow alley, the wipers momentarily slowing as the downpour softened. The city felt heavier here, as if the weight of its stories pressed in closer. I thought about the notebook I'd found weeks ago, its pages half filled with scrawled names and dates, promises and warnings. Had I written those? Or was someone trying to remind me of something I was meant to forget? The rain traced delicate rivers down the windshield, blurring the neon signs until they were little more than glowing ghosts. Somewhere, a siren's wail cut through the morning haze, sharp and urgent. My phone buzzed, a message from an unknown number. I hesitated, thumb hovering over the screen. Curiosity fought with caution. Finally, I unlocked it. One line, they're watching. Remember before it's too late. A chill ran down my spine. Who were they? And what was I supposed to remember? The city's breath grew colder, the light dimmer. Somewhere deep inside, the fog was clearing, but the path ahead was still shrouded in shadows. I had to move, but with every mile, the cost of remembering or forgetting felt more real. The message lingered on my phone screen, a single line that felt like a thread pulling me deeper into something I wasn't ready to face. I sat there for a long time, the engine off, the car still smelling faintly of damp leather and last night's coffee. My hands trembled slightly, the kind of trembling that has nothing to do with cold. I thought about the notebook, its pages filled with names, dates, and cryptic warnings. I still wasn't sure if I'd written them or if they were left by someone else, trying to warn me, or maybe even trap me. The rain had stopped, but the air remained thick, humid, like the city itself was holding its breath. I glanced at the rearview mirror. The empty back seat looked normal. No one was there. Yet, I felt eyes on me. Not from outside, but somewhere inside the car. Like the space between the seats was growing smaller, tighter, as if the silence itself was creeping in. I drove home slowly, the windshield wipers moving in a steady rhythm, matching the pulse in my temples. The streets were quieter than usual, but that only made the occasional distant bark or the faint rumble of a late-night bus sound sharper, more intrusive. I couldn't shake the feeling that something had shifted overnight, not just in the city, but inside me. The next morning, I woke up with the notebook on my bedside table. I didn't remember putting it there. The pages that had been half empty before were now filled with new entries. Names I didn't recognize, but dates that matched the last 2 weeks. I traced a finger over one of the names, Elliot. The handwriting was jagged, hurried, like someone was afraid of being caught. I needed to know more. Whatever this was, it wasn't random. These strangers my carpool picked up, the ones claiming to be from parallel cities, they weren't just passengers. Their stories were growing more detailed, their mannerisms more deliberate. And with each new face, reality around me seemed to bend just a little more. I decided to start keeping track. Not just the names, but everything. Times, places, what they said, how I felt afterward. If there was a pattern, I had to find it before it found me. That morning, I arrived at the usual pickup spot earlier than usual, wanting to catch the first stranger before the day began in earnest. The air was still damp from the previous night's rain, and the smell of wet asphalt mixed with something metallic like a faint hint of rust or old blood, though I knew it wasn't. My breath came out in short, visible puffs, even though it wasn't cold enough for that. The first new passenger was a woman mid-30s, maybe, with eyes that didn't quite meet mine when I glanced in the rearview mirror. She said her name was Mara, from a city she called Eastbridge. Her voice was calm but carried an edge, like she was rehearsing every word. She told me about her city's skyline, how the buildings leaned at odd angles, like they were trying to listen to a secret whispered by the wind. I listened, nodding, pretending to understand. But then she said something that stopped me cold. In Eastbridge, people forget who they are in crowds. Sometimes, they forget so deeply that they wake up as strangers to their own lives. Her gaze flicked to the window, watching the traffic lights change colors in a slow, deliberate rhythm. I tried to ask her more, but she just smiled a tight, knowing smile and didn't elaborate. The silence in the car grew heavier, like a thick fog pressing against my chest. Later, at work, I couldn't focus. Every conversation felt distant, like I was watching from behind a glass wall. I kept glancing at my phone, half expecting another message. None came. On my lunch break, I went back to the notebook. There, in the margins, someone had written a phrase I didn't remember seeing before. They erase pieces. One by one. It was enough to make me shiver, even though the office air conditioning was set uncomfortably high. I looked around the break room. No one paid me any mind, but I felt exposed. Vulnerable. Like I was the only one who could see the cracks forming beneath the surface. That night, the carpool was different. Two new faces, both quiet, eyes darting nervously. They didn't say where they were from at first. Instead, they asked questions about the city, about my life, about the people I trusted. Their voices were low, too low, like they didn't want to be overheard, but their words slipped out anyway. Do you know what it feels like to lose your history? One asked, a man with a voice like gravel. Not just forget a birthday or a name, but the core of who you are. I swallowed hard. No, I said. I don't think I do. The second one, a woman with sharp cheekbones, smiled sadly. It's a slow fade. At first, it's just little things. A lost word here, a forgotten face there. But eventually, the whole picture blurs. And the worst part? You don't know what's real anymore. The car was so still that I could hear the soft roar of the heater, the steady tick of the turn signal as I navigated through the city streets. Outside, the world looked normal, street lights flickered, a distant siren wailed, the scent of exhaust and rain hummed in the air. But inside, the space was shrinking, shadows gathering in the corners of my mind. I wanted to ask where they were really from, why they kept riding with us, but the words caught in my throat. Instead, I stared straight ahead, pretending to watch the road. When we dropped them off, the street was darker than usual, the sidewalk slick with fresh rain. The man paused before stepping out, looking back at me. Remember, he said softly, the cost isn't just forgetting who you are. It's losing the fight to hold on. I nodded, though I wasn't sure if I understood. The door clicked shut behind them, leaving me alone in the car with the hum of the engine and the quiet thudding of my pulse. I drove home slower than usual, every street lamp casting long, distorted shadows that seemed to reach for me. At one point, I thought I saw a figure standing under a flickering streetlight, a woman, maybe, but when I blinked, she was gone. Back inside, the apartment felt colder. The walls seemed to lean in, the familiar creaks and groans of the building sounding sharper, more deliberate. I sat at the kitchen table, the notebook open in front of me, pages scribbled with warnings and names that didn't belong. My fingers hovered over the ink, hesitant, as if touching the words would pull me deeper into something I couldn't escape. I checked my phone again. No new messages. No calls. Just silence. I wanted to believe it was all in my head. That the strangers were just that, strangers. There was a pattern here. A code I hadn't cracked yet. And if I didn't figure it out soon, I was going to lose more than just my memories. I was going to lose myself. The notebook trembled in my hands. The line between who I was and who I was becoming felt thinner than ever. The cost of the ride was rising, and I wasn't sure I could pay it. I sat at the kitchen table, the notebook still open, the ink seeming to pulse faintly under the dull kitchen light. The city outside whispered its usual hum, but inside, silence thickened the air. I kept my fingers resting on the page, reluctant to pull them away as though those scratched lines might dissolve if I looked away. The names, strangers from parallel cities, each one a thread in a web I couldn't grasp. But what gnawed at me wasn't just who they were. It was what they'd done. I tried to shake the feeling, that creeping sensation that the world around me was no longer solid. My hands trembled slightly as I reached for my coffee mug, only to find it empty, cold. I stared into the black bottom of the cup, and the shadows inside seemed to shift, like something alive, lurking. I wanted to tell myself it was just exhaustion, maybe hunger or caffeine withdrawal. But the truth sat heavier. Something was wrong. Not just with them, the strangers, but with me. It was around midnight when the phone buzzed, a sharp, sudden vibration that startled me so badly I nearly knocked the cup off the table. I grabbed it quickly, heart hammering. The screen was blank except for a single message: "You can't go back now." No sender. No number. Just those 4 words. My breath caught, and I felt the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, tilt, as if the walls were closing in. I wanted to delete it, erase the whole thing, pretend it never came. But I couldn't. I sat there, frozen, the message blinking at me like a warning. The next morning came too fast, and I woke with a dry mouth and a pounding head. The city outside was gray and drizzly, the kind of day that presses down on your chest without mercy. I dressed quickly, nerves jangling with the anticipation of the carpool. I told myself it was just another day, but deep down, I knew it wasn't. Pulling into the usual spot, I saw the car already idling. The engine's low hum was my only comfort. I climbed in and glanced at the passenger seat, empty for now. I was early, which was rare. My hands gripped the steering wheel tighter than necessary, knuckles white. Then the first stranger appeared. A man, mid-30s, with a tired smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. He slid into the back seat without a word, exhaling sharply as if relieved to be inside. I nodded toward him. "From the east side," he said, voice low, almost conspiratorial. "They call it New Haven there." I frowned. That wasn't the usual. The others had mentioned cities I'd never heard of, places that sounded like echoes from some other world, but New Haven was real. I felt a flicker of hope. Maybe this was a mistake. Maybe they were just people with strange stories. The man's eyes caught mine in the rearview mirror. "You know what they say, once you take the ride, you're changed. No going back." I swallowed hard. "What do you mean?" He shrugged. "You don't remember yourself the same way. The past blurs. You start to forget who you were before the ride." I glanced at the seatbelt buckle, the cold metal pressing against my palm. "That doesn't sound like a good thing." "No," he said quietly. "It isn't." Before I could ask more, the car filled up, more faces, more voices. Each stranger repeated their city's name like a secret password. Their stories tangled together, impossible and yet urgent. I tried to keep track, but the details slipped away like water through my fingers. When we hit the highway, the radio crackled, a static-filled voice breaking through the music. It wasn't a song. It was a broadcast, fragmented and glitchy, but one phrase repeated over and over: "Forget the past. Forget yourself." A chill ran down my spine. I switched the dial, but the voice lingered in my mind long after the static faded. At a stoplight, I caught my reflection in the rearview mirror. The face staring back looked unfamiliar. Tired, yes. Confused. Definitely. But also empty, like a mask stretched too thin. Do you ever wonder who you were before this? I asked the man from New Haven, voice barely above a whisper. He nodded slowly. Every day. But the ride takes pieces of you. And sometimes it gives something back. Something else. His words didn't comfort me. If anything, they deepened the pit forming in my stomach. The cityscape blurred past as we drove, the buildings leaning oddly, the sky a dull smear. I realized then there was no way out. No escape. The carpool wasn't just a ride, it was a trap. A slow erasure of everything I thought I knew. When I pulled into my usual stop, the strangers filed out quietly, heads bowed. The man from New Haven lingered, his eyes locking with mine. Next time, it won't be so easy to turn back, he said. You're already on the edge. I forced a nod, my throat dry. The door clicked shut behind him, and I sat alone once more, the engine ticking down in the cold morning air. Back inside the apartment, the walls seemed closer, the air heavier. I opened the notebook again, but the names had shifted. Some crossed out, new ones added in unfamiliar handwriting. I traced the lines with trembling fingers. The words weren't just warnings anymore. They were instructions. I wasn't sure if I was still myself or just a shadow of who I'd been. The thought was terrifying. But worse was the feeling that I'd already crossed some invisible line, a point of no return. Outside, a dog barked somewhere, sharp and urgent. The city pressed in. And in the quiet, I heard a whisper, my own voice, maybe, or something else, saying, remember who you are. Before it's too late. The night held its breath. Remember who you are, I whispered, the phrase tasting bitter on my tongue. It was a warning. A plea. Or maybe a threat. I wasn't sure anymore. The man from New Haven had been right. I was on the edge, though what that edge led to, I could barely guess. The past few days felt like watching a slow-motion car crash from inside the wreckage. Every passenger who climbed in, every story they told, every strange detail they dropped felt like a layer of paint peeling from the walls of my reality. The harder I tried to hold on, the more the pieces shifted beneath me. And now, the notebook wasn't just a record. It was a map. A set of instructions. But where? To what? I closed the book and ran my fingers through my hair, the rough strands catching in my scalp, grounding me just enough to keep panic at bay. My phone buzzed on the table. I picked it up without looking. No caller ID. No message. Just a blank screen, then a vibration that stopped as suddenly as it had started. I put the phone down, heart still fluttering. Sleep was a stranger. I tried to shut out the voices of my own, theirs, the ones I wasn't sure I'd ever heard before, but the silence was worse. It pressed in, thick and suffocating, like the walls were closing in, shrinking the room until I was nothing more than a shadow squeezed between four corners. Morning came with a sickening brightness. The sun streamed through the blinds, throwing slats of light across the floor, sharp and unyielding. I forced myself out of bed, every movement slow, deliberate. The carpool was waiting. They would be there. They always were. The parking lot outside the apartment was empty except for my car. I slid into the driver's seat, the leather cool beneath me. The engine started with a low rumble that felt more like a warning than a comfort. I glanced in the rearview mirror. Empty. The first pickup was the woman from Portland, or at least she said she was. She climbed in without a word, her eyes flickering to mine in the mirror with that strange, unreadable look. Morning, I said, voice hoarse. Morning, she replied, voice calm but distant. Her story was always the same: parallel city, small differences, the same streets but shadows that didn't quite match. But today, something was off. She talked less, eyes darting to the windows like she expected something or someone to be watching us. When the second passenger got in, a man claiming to be from a city called Eltrow, my stomach twisted. He had the same tired eyes the others did. Like they'd seen too much, carried too much weight. His voice was low, and he kept glancing at his phone, fingers tapping nervously. I tried to focus on the road, the familiar hum of tires against asphalt, the scent of coffee lingering from the thermos on the dashboard. But it was no use. The car felt smaller, tighter, as if the space was shrinking around us. The radio cracked with static, then cut out completely. Did you notice that? Eltrow asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Notice what? I kept my eyes on the road, though a cold sweat had popped out along my spine. The silence. The way everything seems wrong. Like we're not alone. I swallowed, knowing he wasn't talking about me or the woman from Portland. I felt it too, the weight of eyes unseen, the pressure of something just beyond the edge of vision. We pulled up to the third pickup near the train station. The man from New Haven was waiting, his presence heavier than the others. He slid into the back seat without greeting, eyes fixed on me in the rearview mirror. Did you keep the notebook close? He asked, voice like gravel. I nodded. I don't know what it means anymore. He leaned forward, fingers tapping the headrest between us. It's not just a map. It's a key. But the door it opens isn't always a way out. The car fell silent again, the kind of silence that presses down on the chest, making it hard to breathe. As we drove, the cityscape blurred, buildings stretching and twisting in ways that didn't make sense. Street signs flickered between familiar names and ones I'd never heard. The air tasted metallic, like chewing on old pennies, and the temperature dropped sharply. Remember who you are, the man from New Haven repeated. The words felt like a chant. A mantra. I wanted to shout back, to demand answers, but my voice was caught in my throat. The car turned off the main road, onto streets I didn't recognize, even though they should have been familiar. The woman from Portland suddenly reached forward, pressing a hand to the dashboard, as if feeling for something hidden beneath. Her eyes were wide with fear. They're coming, she said. Who? I asked, heart hammering. She didn't answer. Her fingers trembled. The man from Eltrow pulled out a small notebook, scribbling rapidly. If we don't keep moving, we lose everything. Not just memories, but ourselves. The man from New Haven nodded. The ride changes us. Every stop, every story. It's not just about parallel cities. It's about control. Control. The word echoed in my mind, sharper than any threat. I realized then that the danger wasn't some otherworldly force or a supernatural twist. It was all human. The strangers, the stories, they were tools. Manipulations designed to erode, to reshape. I clenched the steering wheel, knuckles white. What do you want from me? I demanded. The man from New Haven smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. To see how far you'll go before you break. To see if you can remember who you are before it's too late. The car slowed to a stop at an intersection bathed in unnatural light, a sickly yellow that seemed to pulse. Outside, shadows gathered, not quite solid, but close enough to make my skin crawl. The woman from Portland shivered, the man from Eltrow paled. I realized I was holding my breath. The city around us flickered again, the buildings warping, the street names shifting. The notebook in my bag vibrated softly, like a heartbeat. I reached for it, fingers trembling. The man from New Haven's voice cut through the thick air. Open it. I hesitated. The lines on the page writhed beneath my gaze, changing, rearranging. Instructions, warnings, names, some familiar, some not. Choose, he said quietly. The ride doesn't stop until you do. I looked at the rearview mirror, at the faces behind me, empty, hollow, waiting. And I realized I didn't know if I was driving forward or falling backward, if I was the one in control or just a passenger hurtling toward a destination I couldn't see. The light outside pulsed again, and the notebook's pages turned on their own. Shadows twisted against the cracked walls, whispering secrets that made the silence unbearable. I gripped the wheel tighter, the cold sweat soaking through my shirt. Remember who you are, I whispered to myself, but the words felt like a question, not an answer. The engine idled, waiting. And I knew the next stop wasn't just another city. It was the point where everything would change or end. The notebook's pages stopped turning, as if they had finally run out of air. I blinked, the sickly yellow light outside dimming until it was just the flicker of a dying street lamp. The car's interior was quiet, save for the faint hum of the engine and the shallow breaths of the others. Their faces were still, but the hollowness in their eyes hadn't vanished. I realized the silence wasn't relief, it was waiting. I closed the notebook carefully, sliding it onto the passenger seat. My hands trembled, not from fear exactly, but from the weight of everything I'd just seen. The words had meant something important, but what? Instructions? Warnings? Names I didn't recognize, some that felt like fragments of my own life, twisted and incomplete. The man from New Haven shifted in the back seat. You don't have to choose yet, he said softly. The ride only ends when you stop believing you have to keep going. His voice was calm, but there was something beneath it, a tiredness, maybe, or a warning. I swallowed hard and glanced again at the rearview mirror. The faces behind me remained, but the emptiness was less pronounced. More like masks slowly cracking. The woman from Portland leaned forward, voice barely above a whisper. We all went off, but none of us know how. I wanted to say something, anything, but my throat felt tight, like the notebook's pulse was still squeezing it. The city outside wasn't just flickering anymore. It was unraveling, the streets folding in on themselves, signs spilling letters like spilled paint. The air smelled colder, sharper. I could taste the metallic hint of panic rising in my mouth. And then it hit me. This wasn't about parallel cities or impossible dimensions. It was about control. About stories we tell ourselves and the versions of ourselves we forget along the way. Why are you here? I asked, voice uneven. Why come into my life like this? What do you want from me? They looked at me, one by one, and for a moment, the strange stories felt almost human, fragile, desperate attempts to be understood. The man from Eltrow exhaled slowly. Because you're lost. Like the rest of us. We're all just trying to find a way back. I thought of the mornings I'd spent behind this wheel, picking up strangers who claimed to be from cities that didn't exist, or maybe did, somewhere else. How their stories had grown stranger, how I'd started forgetting small things about myself, the way my coffee tasted, the names of my old friends, the color of my own apartment walls. You're changing my memories, I said, voice cracking. Each day, a little more. I don't even know what's mine anymore. The woman from Portland nodded, eyes moist but steady. That's the cost. Not the ride itself, but what you lose when you let it in. I swallowed again, the metallic taste stronger now, and the notebook throbbed beside me like a living thing. I realized then that the notebook wasn't magic, at least, not in any supernatural sense. It was a record. A ledger of lost selves and fractured realities. A tool for survival, maybe, or a trap. Outside, The street lamp flickered one last time before going dark. The city settled into a heavier kind of silence. The kind that presses against your ears and makes your thoughts louder, sharper, harder to ignore. I turned off the engine. The sudden quiet was startling. The others shifted again, but no one moved to open the door. "What now?" the man from New Haven asked. I reached for the notebook once more, running my fingers over the smooth, worn cover. "Now," I said, "I remember. Not the stories they told me, not the cities they came from, no, something deeper. My own name, my own life, the small details I'd buried beneath layers of confusion and fear. The name of my dog, the scent of rain on pavement, the way my mother's voice cracked when she called me in the evenings." I closed the notebook and locked it in the glove compartment. The ride ends here. For all of us. The woman from Portland smiled, a real one this time, faint but genuine. "You can choose to stop forgetting." I nodded, feeling the tension in my chest loosen just a little. The others looked relieved, too, though I wasn't sure if it was because the ride was over or because they were finally being seen. I opened the car door. The night air was cold and crisp, smelling faintly of damp leaves and asphalt. The city felt solid again, less like a shifting dream and more like a place I belonged, even if I wasn't sure where that was anymore. They stepped out quietly, melting into the shadows of the street like ghosts deciding to rest for a while. I watched them go, a strange ache settling in my gut. I sat back behind the wheel, fingers gripping the steering wheel tightly. The notebook rested in the glove compartment, silent and still. I didn't know if I'd ever open it again, and maybe that was the point. The next morning, I woke up with the taste of coffee on my tongue, the sound of my dog's soft whine at the door, and a clarity I hadn't felt in weeks. The world was the same, and yet everything had shifted. I drove to work alone. No strangers. No stories. Just the hum of the engine and the steady rhythm of my own breath. But sometimes, when the city lights flicker just right, I catch a glimpse of something out of the corner of my eye, a shadow folding into itself, a name whispered on the wind. And I remember. I remember who I am. And who I almost forgot to be.